Alright, let's go ahead and get started here. Let's go ahead and turn our quest from last time. Oh, I'm pleasant to them now. How nice. Hey, big wheel. Wait 1 second. Alright, we're good. The same plan as every day, Ivan. We murder things. No, just finishing up the quest stream, probably. There's only a few more left we probably have to do. I kind of want to play a bit more Gunhead today, too, actually. So we'll probably lean into Gunhead a bit more. I want to mess around with the robotic minutes. Get him up to his AA-12. We're actually not that far away, too. We can get the RPD unlocked. We're actually really close to the AA-12. We have so we technically have done this. It's just, unfortunately, the tanks fly too much for us to actually do that. We've actually really done Red Baron. We've done Heist. We definitely done Access for sure. We've definitely done Flames. We're kind of near the end here, I feel like. We've done most of the components. We haven't done this quest yet, actually, though. And I'm not sure we killed a helicopter yet, either. Might be time for a helicopter kill. I've not done this one yet, either. This is a different map, though. Let's start out with a Mesa and some sniping. On our poor old gunhead here. How much 20 mil do I have? Probably not much, right? Yeah, 30 rounds. I think I need... Wait, you still have 50, don't you? Yeah, I still have a lot of 50 cal 20 mil. Regular weapon-wise, we're gonna be killing some cyborgs for their parts. That's something to keep in mind with Gunhead to your right, is you'll never be alive long enough to actually use that much ammo. So perhaps don't bring all of it. Let's talk to Bundleton. Get some jumps here. And to Mesa we go. Helicopter hunting. Though I can't... We'll be technically fine on Shantytown. Hey, zombie. I just can't imagine... The 36M, like, immediately draws HKs to you when you bring it up. They might have fixed it, but like last patch, I definitely had scenarios where you shoot it once and immediately just HKs. Hey, Henslet. Don't you do it. Hey, boo-boo. Hey, boo-boo. You know, it'd be actually interesting, too. What if there was a consumable for Gunhead where... Hey, no. Stop it. Going well so far, thanks. Imagine this, right? No, no pop in. It is most definitely noticeable. Yeah, the hotfix is great. It's basically fixed the biggest issues of the game currently with the aggro radius. It still exists, but there's ways to mitigate it now, and it's not like infinite height like it was before. Oh, this is perfect. We are choosing the helicopter. But no. Back to my prior point, though. Imagine, like, so... Gunhead's still very loud, so he'll tend to aggro things from farther away when he's, like, running or sprinting. But imagine if there was a device... some, like, you know, oil, perhaps, as a consumable, where you can, like, rub yourself in oil and make yourself a bit quieter for a short period of time. Was that less shots than normal? It kind of felt like it was. Well, let me get down there. Were we actually doing extra damage by shooting the rotors? Yep. No, stop spawning in front of me. No. Leave me alone. It's like the third pop-in on Shantytown, man. Oh, hello. What the fuck? No, please don't kill me. No. It's still, we probably won't see a fix to it until, like, the Q1 patch, where they basically just remove those spawn points. Alright. Where's my helicopter? Did it already despawn? What just hit me? It might have already despawned, unfortunately. God, that's so sad. It's such a like, stuff like that is why I actually enjoy early access, is because of the weird fucking Jake. Yeah, nothing up here. I guess we just lost it. It despawned on us, how sad. It is quite funny. Moo. That cow's fucking going. And new one's back. We could kill this one too. Maybe? I was looking for a drone corpse. I haven't seen one yet. Maybe we should have brought attack in, perhaps? Yeah, nothing so far. Yeah, I haven't actually probably used the AA-12 yet in Gunhead, so I'm not too familiar. But it makes sense that the RPG is probably just better for most instances than the AA-12. Though a pocket shotgun can be very useful sometimes for, like, saving your life. How did I get up here beforehand? I know I've done it before. Wonder if they removed it. Or perhaps it's over here. It's we're going the wrong way. Oh. Come on, how did I get up here beforehand? I know I've done it on a previous stream. Was it maybe like not this one, but like this one over here? 50's not bad. Like that's enough to solve a few problems, right? The RPD on Gunhead, you just unlock it part of his skill tree. The gun itself you get from drops. You have to basically farm it like you would a Vepr, but it's not really worth it considering it's just a worse RPK. I need my computer still. Okay. Ow, ow, no, that hurts, it hurts. I'm sorry. God, it just like chunked me for like all my HP immediately. Alright, cover. Cover's been acquired. No! Oh god, I fell off. Oh. Stand still. Come on. Still and tidy. How's it going? Stand still. I need to be in cover for this. A little bit too open right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, bullets. I cannot take a straight bullet from this thing. Yes. Probably water thieves, yeah. You could probably just farm, like, Veprs and RPDs from them. I'm very hurt. And there are cyborgs. And there's an exo here. There's the chopper right there, but I have drones that are just, like, surrounding it, or cyborgs that... Come on, guys. Alright. Let's see if we can get there. Oh no, the drones are probably gonna kill me. I don't like the drones. Probably just better off crouching. There we go, we got it. Run away! Alright, crouch. No, don't come this way. Drone, please. Mercy. Drone. No. I fucking hear people behind me to the right. Don't you fucking shoot me. I've worked too hard for this. Yeah, I think the biggest thing with the drones, right, is they're not supposed to be actually, like, offensive drones, right? Mech worms just mech everything. Mech deer. Mech lions. Mech roaches. That's all Australia is, right? Just everything's now mech in Australia. Mech jellyfish. How would that even work, though? Alright, you guys can have fun up there. I'm gonna go ahead and leave. You do kind of have, yeah, those like little roaches, those mites with Toothy. Not dealing with you today.
Objective secure.
Mechs. We have to go deeper. I'm surprised we survived there. Generally speaking, fighting helicopters on the ground is not a wise idea, but thankfully it was distracted by the exo. The quadruped one from the trailer? Wait, you're talking about the that's actually a European mech, weirdly enough. You're talking about the the spider mech? Hold on. Trying to find a still of it. Yeah, like this raid. Open this up. This thing right here? Yeah, this is actually European mech. You kind of see it like before with a European patrol. And yeah, there's Big Green. Like, I think like the biggest mech, like the first mech we're probably gonna see for Eurasia is Big Green, right? Big Green should be probably our first like giant mech too. All right. We definitely haven't done that yet. That is Nexus, I think, right? Yeah. Let's go. Where are you? There's this one. No. Looking for mausoleum. Or my trenches, rather. Help me. Let me repair your mech for you. Really? I should have picked it up before. We had it before. Come on. Come on. Alright, one more and we'll give up on this one and we'll go to other quests for this map. Yeah. Doesn't want to spawn. Have we done? I think we've done this quest before. We've done this one, we've done this one. Teddy bear's only on Nexus. I guess we can do plug pull because it's here. And sure, why not? Let's get another what's it called? Painless. Let's try out the AA-12 now too. We don't need the 36M. Let's just bring M4 plus our AA-12 helmet. Or head, I guess, not helmet. I don't know yet. I'm conflicted about Gunhead and like that in regards to Gunhead. I do like the intensity Gunhead. Like Gunhead makes you play more tactfully than other characters, right? which is very nice. Like, I think it's an interesting trade-off for players to have to play with, because it's not like any other character, right? Sure, it makes the game a lot harder, but I really do kind of enjoy the, not difficulty, but the intensity it adds back to the game, right? And it just kind of makes you feel that or at least makes me feel like medkits are way too strong, but they should be as strong as they are currently just because of the jank right now. I would say if they can eliminate pop-in with their Q1 patch, I would then be an advocate for perhaps changing how medkits work. Or how healing works in the game, something along those lines, right? Alright, how accurate is this AA-12? There was a bit of delay with it. Well, it's not even instant right now. Like, there are trade-offs, right? It's auto heal medkits. I would say, like, the biggest problem I have with medkits right now is they let you just kind of ignore the survival aspect of the game, right? It kind of just becomes a DPS race in a lot of regards outside of stagger. And it just makes the gameplay a bit differently from how I would like it to play. And you could make the argument like, yes, like, just don't play it that way then, but like, keep in mind when you're trying to relay like a theme to players, your gameplay mechanics are an extension of that, right? And you can't expect players to force themselves to play in a certain way when it's beneficial to play another way for the game, right? And there's 1,000 different ways of doing it. Like, for example, you can add animations to health kits. You can make health kits heal even slower than they currently do. You can make it that every time you take damage, that's unhealable damage. So say, for example, if you can only heal 90% of the damage you take. Say, for example, you take 100 damage, you can only heal 90 of it back, meaning you get whittled down over time. There's so many different ways of approaching the issue. Okay, we need spare parts. And thankfully, spare parts spawn in such high quantities over here. I don't think you can pick them up. I'm not sure if you can actually directly heal them. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't play enough multiplayer for me to know that really well. Kind of like a gray health mechanic, yeah. And like that's not the solution. That's just a solution, right? And like you can even combine things, right? Like you could have a gray health mechanic along with animations for medkits. Personally, right now, there's not really much reason to ever bring small medkits. But animations could be a reason why you might want to actually take small medkits too, right? Say, for example, if the perk of small medkits were it didn't slow you down, or it didn't have an animation other than a small, quick one. It could be your go-to way of running and healing at the same time. You pop a, small medkit via, your little injectable, and then you run away or hide or so on and so forth. Well, like a medium medkit might take a little bit of time to actually heal you, right? Maybe you can only walk with a medkit. You can't sprint. And then when you're using an advanced medkit, it heals you a ton, but you can't walk when you're doing it. You have to stand still. So it could make advanced medkits really good in combat, but you have to find cover to hide first. And like that's kind of like the gameplay patterns I find with Gunhead, right? Is because I can't heal, I find myself much more likely to take cover, much more likely to play, like try to think about where I need to be, where I have to go, position myself wise. Like I need to make sure I take right angles as opposed to left angles because there's no swap yet. So like, for example, because we're right facing or right leaning over our character in third person, an angle like this is really beneficial for us because we're not exposing a lot of our body and our gun sticks out and very little body sticks out, right? But on contrast, when we're trying to fight from a left-hand angle, when we need to actually shoot something, our entire body is exposed, right? and it just leaves us in the open very, like, and leaves us very dangerous. We basically take a lot of return fire that way. Which one is Clear Sky Zombie? Meat. Wait, the sound's playing, but it's not turning. Hold on, let me fix that. I believe I have, yeah. But we can do it again for sure. I always love being with that new map, right? Mystery Meat Monday. The mystery is people. But like, think of it that way, right? Like, you know, some people get meat from this, and I get oil, so I can lubricate my joints and be quieter. imagine how metal that would be, right? Like, you just have like, you see Gunhead break out a blood bag and just like smother himself in blood in his joints to make him less noisy. I know all my like lore videos are theory, right? Who should not, but like, I do think it's super fucking metal how like, if your age is actually ruled by like a machine god, if you will, like an AI that's become such a megalomaniac that it's just basically made itself a machine god, or pantheon too. Like the idea of corporate pantheons is also really fucking funny to me. Like the idea that like the AIs have twisted their corporations into their own pantheons where they get worshipped. The god Zavax, the gods Hypax, so on and so forth. When you just start out, is there any point in buying better guns and ammo? I die and lose everything. Give me 1 second here. So the biggest thing, Mishgun, I will always recommend is that you generally don't want to take a lot of fights early on when you're not using a silencer. And you get silencers pretty early though.
Keeping humans alive gets...
So what you can do, like without silencers, it's very hard to manage your fights. One second. Let's get to the traders. So if we go over to our vendors here, right? The two main ones are Grillo and Aramaki, the ones we care about. You'll get Aramaki a lot earlier than Grillo. I think Grillo's like level 11. Really? Weird. So like, you want to come to attachments here, muzzle device, and just buy anything that says suppressed. Like anything that says suppressed here, just buy one of everything here that says suppressed. Now I will note that it typically feels like, well, these might work. The one that I know that will work is the Grillo's silencers, right? So go over to Grillo, go over to muzzle devices, and buy all suppressors here. And once you do that, go over to like say an AK. Now you can't do it with the surpluses, right? You have to use a regular AK. But once you buy all of this, like buy one of each suppressor, come over to an AK, customize, and just see what suppressor you can put on here, right? And just whatever one you can use. Like, there's a lot of suppressors in the game, but only 3 of them apparently go on the AK, so just buy one of each, put it on, and then you're good. I would say, other than this, like, until you start using suppressors, just stick to playing pure stealth with, like, a surplus rifle and a surplus shotgun, and just run away from combat. Don't try to fight without a silencer. If you're fighting without a silencer, you basically have to be ready to take on a very large fight, because it will just attract more things to you, and you'll just get bogged down in combat. But, like, you will quickly realize, too, once you start surviving more, guns are pretty cheap, and ammo is very cheap. You start making a lot of money, and don't... Like, it's okay to have gear fear for a bit, but I would say don't be too constrained by gear fear, especially when you start getting silencers. Start rocking guns, start bringing ammo in, start letting you defend yourself, because the guns are, in the grand scheme of things, pretty cheap and very easy to acquire. Like, keep in mind, like, one large lockbox will basically buy you an AK. And then after that, the ammo is like 500 rounds of 5.45 is, yeah, 13k. It's not much in the grand scheme of things. All right. Food chain. Wait, what? Very rude. Perhaps untidy, yeah, I can see that too. And it could also be like, right, they could have conceptualized this also, like we have the just generic kind of government entity that we have in Europa, right? And it could be AI controlled, right? It could be higher echelons are controlled by AI too for Europa. But like you have like a much more like a regular government entity in Europa. And then in biotech, you have the matrons, apparently, for Euruska. And then Eurasia, you have, we don't, I guess, the corporations, really. Yeah, the quest gives guns too, like, yeah. Don't be too afraid of losing stuff in the game. It's not like Tarkov. The economy right now is so forgiving, where if you die a lot, you can still easily buy guns off who's living once. Especially with better rigs. It does take a while. The smaller rigs do suck. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, that's probably a thing I'm not in love with the game right now, is the progression through the rigs is not great. It's just 2 or 3 plateaus, but yeah. Alright. It's the time for M16. Now we're gonna go over to the new map now. Now we've done a few of these already, but I guess we'll do heist, sure, why not? Just looking for clear skies now. Alright, let's make sure we bring drills this time. It always just gets you with drills in this game. Or on this map with clear skies. Sometimes you need drills, sometimes you don't. Make sure we bring drills. Five, 5, 6. Sure, why not? I definitely feel like too, like it wasn't bad the AA-12, but I definitely feel like a map like this definitely wants the RPD more. Regions, swamp, and we'll do railroad tracks. Wait, why am I bringing meds? Hold on here. Silly me, silly habits. Untidy because of habit. Just because of habit. Yeah, I definitely have heard a few people having issues with Lordos. Yeah, I noticed, Evan, that people were talking about too in like the Discord about different kind of like years on different things and trying to confirm the exact date in the game. I personally think we're probably way past. Like, I don't think that I think that, is it the Steam page that says we're 34 years into the conflict? I think we're actually way past that in returns to the conflict. Like, I actually think we're a couple hundred years in the future of the conflict, right? So, in regards to like a new unit who should not, I will say one of the big things too is I would really like to see the functionality of units expanded. Like, for example, I'd much rather see the full functionality of the grabbers grabbing people as part of the functionality before new units. But if I was to have a new unit, I want a separation of the Euruscan and Eurasian drones, or rather just a new Euruscan drone. I've said this before, but I said it again. I really want them to lean more into like biotech and bio horror with Yoruska. I don't think we're all the way there yet. And while like I don't want like something like The Thing. I wouldn't mind The Thing, to be honest, but I want to see more body horror with, or more like just abominations with Yoruska, right? And the one I will give always an example is basically imagine a Euruscan drone that's basically a converted human. It's like half fly, half human. Naturally, they don't have legs anymore because of why they need legs. They still have their arms, but their shoulder blades have been basically transformed into basically giant, like, little fly-like wings for them. And don't get me wrong, it's a combination of tech and biology and all of that stuff, right? But I think it would be, like, really cool to have, like, these Euruscan flymen running around with guns and stuff, or just doing kind of like swarm tactics. Sort of, yeah, Hodor, like kind of like the Quake enemies, right? Though I would say, like, it's been so long since I played Quake, but at the same time, Quake did like keep very still fairly humanoid units. They got kind of crazy at times, right? But for the most part, the Quake enemies always stayed in the realm of like humanoid for the most part. I would love to see them depart humanoid from it all. Like, just go crazy in the other direction. Like how, like kind of how they done with the Grabber, right? The Grabber is basically only barely human now. It's got a face and probably a brain, but that's really about it. Screen tear, do you mean screen tearing or do you mean stuttering, Carrie? Screen tearing. I'm not too familiar then. Like, what graphics card do you have? Usually that means you need to turn like stuff like VSync off, right? Or that your frames are too low. But even like for their frames being low, screen tearing is usually a sign of like VSync and stuff. Yeah, that's super weird. I mean, update your drivers. Make sure VSync is off, I would say. What's your CPU? I'm sure it's probably pretty good that you have 4070. You keep in mind this game is pretty CPU bound also. You could try VSync on too. You could try the exact opposite, but I personally hate Intel i7 Series 2. Wait, give me an actual model number. Like an actual model number. Because when the problem with fucking Intel, right, is i7 could mean a chip in like the last bazillion years at this point. And I'm familiar with what Series 2 means too in regards to Intel. Yeah, because like the funny thing about Intel, right? You could say Intel i7, but an i7 could be a chip from 2008, I think, right? Because they've used the same nomenclature for like ever. Yeah, it depends on the game too, right? But like I always have like the horror stories of go back and play the original Dead Space, not the remake, but the original Dead Space with VSync on. The input lag was like literally 2 seconds. It was so bad. But like, the one recommendation I will have in regards to performance, if you have an NVIDIA card, I'm bringing it up now, the control panel. Oh, hold on, Drone. Go away, Drone. See, like, this actually feels like an adequate number of, like, I'd probably use one more. It's not a bad amount of containers, but I would want more. Let's see here. So you're gonna want to go to your 3D settings on NVIDIA control panel, and where are you? The biggest thing I'll recommend for if you ever have issues with regards to like FPS drops and stuttering, I know this fixes it for a few people. Increase your shader cache size. Ideally increase it to what you can do. I put up 200 gigabytes. I think it starts at like 10. But with the amount of games using shaders nowadays, you definitely want to usually increase that cache size quite a bit. It will help you out in the future, especially if you play a lot of games with, you know, if you play Stalker, if you play this game now, if you play a lot of Unreal Engine 5 games, you almost guaranteed have to increase your cache size, because if you don't, your game is basically your GPU is constantly like deleting, overwriting those old shaders, which means when you go back to a different game, you have to redo those shaders again, causing things like stuttering. I don't think that would cause the screen tearing you're happening with, or causing, or happening, or feeling, but I definitely know it helps with stuttering. Yeah, I play lower, like, yeah. I play all high, but I do stick to 6% scaling for now at 2K. Good problem, Carrie. Back in college, I worked IT for a bit, so. And I usually, like, in my jobs, right, despite the fact that I'm not IT anymore, I usually get asked about IT things regardless of that. And I don't mind helping too. I always like solving the problems. Untidy for sure. Like, I do think the innards are a bit too small right now, and like that could be the reason why they basically have gutted the water thief mechanic in the innards, is because they're working on updating the innards to be larger and much more expansive to make defending the innards actually feel a lot better. Because right now it's just like really weird, right? You just show up to your innards and there's like 3 guys there just squatting in to taking your water. It feels just kind of very out of place. So I'm guessing we're going to see probably expansions to the innards in the future. And weirdly enough also, I do have a new video coming out, probably not today, but tomorrow, maybe Friday, depending on my pace. And it's not a lore video, but it's much more about gameplay. We'll see how it lands, but I wanted to make it for quite some time now. Oh, I forgot Gunhead. Time to play Guess Where to Aim. There we go, got it. Yeah, a lot of the old maps are kind of like, it's weird because the game's like only like what, 4 months old at this point, 3 months kind of, but the game is definitely, the older maps are showing their age. We're so spoiled by Frozen Swamp. You're right, nope. I'm so sketched out now with Pop in here. I would just like inch forward. Don't see you there. I like it, Duxbird. I think it's definitely like Frozen Swamp is an amazing map. Yeah, like it's actually kind of bad, Dux. It's good. It's like it's both good and bad at the same time, right? Because the new map is so good in comparison to the other previous maps that it just makes all of the previous maps feel bad. Gunhead's cool. I really like the gimmick with Gunhead. I know a lot of people don't. But I think it's people not liking how Gunhead can't heal is more a problem with how healing is in the game currently, how necessary it is, than I would say anything else. Come on, there we go, got it. They did, yeah, so the AI was crazy. They did hotfix it, well, hotfix after the holidays, right? That was the big patch last Friday, is they did kind of fix the whole aggro issue. So it's been fixed now in that regard. So like The way it works now is if you're crouched, that radius is just gone. If you're standing up, the radius is the same, and if you're sprinting, the radius is, you know, 1.5 times, but it's no longer unlimited by height now. It's now much more like a sphere as opposed to a cylinder. So you won't just get detected from like 500 feet above you. But yeah, no, a big aspect of my video coming out like tomorrow or Friday is gonna be about like Frozen Swamp versus the other maps. Sure, no. I missed the head. Yeah, like I'm both. They can't now just solely aggro off sound alone, unlike before. So I'm kind of okay with them hearing you through walls, as long as they never just directly aggro through walls, right? Like if you're standing up, moving around, and I think the big thing too, right, is I think the mere act of being standing up has that radius. I would kind of want to see it tied to motion, where you're only having that radius if you start moving around. I need my schematic. I could kill it, right? Yeah, I'm able to kill it if I really wanted to. Am I sure I'm not missing one around here somewhere before I start killing an exo? Oh, yeah, this one. There we go. So it's super janky, as you can see. There we go, got it. But like, that's the best way of picking them up I found for Gunhead so far. It's just like, just letting go of your ADS and then try hitting E in the window that you have it up. Because it's really hard to do. It's very buggy right now. Hey, Mushi. Now interesting you say the world state there, right? Because they do mention kind of in like their Q&A videos and stuff like that, and like the videos they've done so far, that they want to make you feel like you're in the conflict and the world changes around you, and not necessarily based on what you do, but just the things that happen when you're in raid, right? Like they've expressed the intent that they don't want you to feel powerful or like significant enough to like alter the effects of the world, or alter the conflicts of like the area, but they do want you to let you be like almost like a viewer of it, right? And drones, man. Okay, I think it's time to leave. I don't know why I'm saying it's time to leave, but I think it's time to leave. Could it be my 40 HP? Nope, that's definitely not it. Definitely not why I'm saying to leave. I am a very strong boy. Hey, crawlers. Don't mind me, just gonna go down here. Yeah, we're gonna leave. But going back to your point, Untidy, they've kind of mentioned that they want you to feel like a spectator. So the things that you see happen, like say for example, in just like a nutshell, right? We go to Mesa, right? We have a medium mech for your Ruska versus a medium mech for your Opa, and whoever wins the fight controls the zone. That pitched battle, like, you could maybe influence it a little bit, but for the most part, we'll just say it's a 50-50, right? It's a toss-up in the air based on the AI. And, you know, say the Russian medium mech wins, they control the zone now. Say the European medium mech wins, they control the zone now. And they want stuff like that to kind of influence how kind of like a meta system in the game overall affects the world, right? Like you might eventually see, say for example, if your Ruska wins that fight on Ashen Mesa, right? The medium mech wins, and now they control Ashen Mesa. When you go to Mesa now, you might only see your Ruskin units there, or maybe a vastly different layout, or things might change here and there. That's kind of what they've expressed with their world state, right? Or at least that's what I've interpreted from their discussions on the world state, right? Now, story-wise, they haven't really mentioned anything about the story, or a story they want to include. But I will mention, once again, big point about the video I'm making. I noticed this on the Steam discussions too. Right now, there's not really, in comparison to a game like Escape from Tarkov, right? The goal of Escape from Tarkov is in the name from Tarkov, right? It's to escape from the city of Tarkov. And granted, BSG really hasn't provided that yet, but it's, you know, looming in the distance, right? You, like, your goal throughout the game, right, is, okay, I'm completing quests, I'm getting better gear, all to aid me in my grand quest of escaping from Tarkov, getting out of Tarkov. And it's a very loose, overarching goal that they don't really, you know, hone in on at all, but it is there, right? It is there, it is present. In a game like this right now, it is early access, so give it some wiggle room, but there's not really progression or an overarching goal right now. The only real progression, really, is unlocking the innards items. That's really about it. Like, the goal of the game at this point, if your goal is to, like... The only goal I could possibly say is to make yourself sustainable, right? By upgrading your water supply and getting water bots to the point where you don't have to worry about water anymore. There's no other goal other than that, right? And it's a good goal, but I definitely think, like, if that's to be the overarching goal of the game, is to, like, reinforce your base, reinforce your innards, expand your innards, or basically make a settlement underground for you or for your people, there needs to be overarching goals in that regard to, and overarching, like, it needs to, like, let you know that's your goal too, right? To, like, progress you through the story, or progress you through the game, if you will. Move you to different areas, have you fight different things, have you encounter different systems, right? So from the Q&As, they basically have alluded to this, that this is LA. They said West Coast US, right, basically. They said that in Q&As. And Los Angeles, like, it all just points to this being LA. And so we have a few areas outside of LA, but then we have LA proper, right? And then we have blank map over here, which I guess they could expand in the future, right? We don't see the ocean. We don't see things out here. The dating sim. Weirdly enough, Mushi, I would not be surprised if people add that in eventually. But, like, there's so many different routes they can pursue with this. And, like, the biggest thing I will always tell them, if I ever talk to them, is that just because you're an extraction shooter doesn't mean you need to stick to the mold or the preconceived notion of what that genre is. Because I think they can do a lot of cool and unique things with this game that don't necessarily fit the mold of a traditional extraction shooter. And the PvE offline nature kind of helps reinforce that, right? Yeah. I think so too, Enslet. Alright. What to do now? I guess we need to do Alpha Threat, right? Much as I hate it, we haven't done Alpha Threat yet. These are all quests we haven't done yet. Yeah, I don't think they're hamstrung by genre per se, but I definitely think Well, I don't think they're hamstrung by genre, but I also think that maybe it's hard because while I agree with you in some capacity, I honestly think a game like this doesn't really need this like really thorough modification system. Like, sure, you can have mods, right? You can change your guns a bit around, but does it need to be as detailed as a game like Tarkov where you have magazine grips, trigger groups, stocks, so on and so forth? I would much rather have, like, if the goal was the guns, right, was to like provide 2 or 3 attachments for each to provide different functionality, that's perfectly fine with me, right? Like, the amount of permutations right now you have on like all of these guns now, right? Like you have front sights, you have picanti rails, you have 3 different flashlights, you have 3 different handguards, you have 3 different stocks, you have all 5 different handguards that do nothing. It feels excessive. And to be fair, I do think that this was mainly just asset store-bought, but it is what it is. But this is like almost a hallmark of the extraction shooter genre, which I don't feel is necessary for a game like this. I would much rather have different systems than this. That's just me. That's me speaking personally. I know plenty of people love modding guns though too. Let's go over to an AK for a bit. A silenced AK, thank you. Though, do I have a grenade launcher is the question. I do. And I need a little bit of 24. So we have an AK, we have an XM25, we have a pack mule, regions, cemetery. How do you unlock it? I don't know. I don't know why it wouldn't be on for you. Maybe you need to have DLSS off, perhaps. It could be the case because this is competing, right? DLSS is its own version of super sampling, so it could be different. Okay. This map. So we want to go to the atrium. We have maintenance tunnel and we have pipes. The question of, I think we have to do pipes, right? If we don't do pipes, there's a good chance that he'll get a spawn in atrium and we'll be screwed. And I'm not even sure it needs to go as far as pipe guns, for example, right? I would just say more bespoke guns, or just like, even if they were to use scars or M4s and so on and so forth, right? Just don't have that many mods for them. Like, make the mods more interesting or more gameplay changing. Like, I would much rather have a functional mod that changes how a gun functions than something that gives a slight change to stats. Like, all of the mods right now change stats like by 0.1 stability, or like, you know, a little bit more accuracy here and for. I'd much rather have a few mods that change the functionality of the gun as opposed to, like, say for example, a barrel upgrade lowers your rate of fire but increases your armor pen, or something like that, right? Actual trade-offs for guns, right? And don't get me wrong, it's just probably work in progress and like early on and just like tacked on to actually make a functioning game. Simply, yes and no. You can trap dog in pipes. It does work some of the time. It does not work all of the time. Also, where the fuck is the dog? There he is. Like, like 50% of the time it worked, like, so what's like 80% of the time it works half the time, something like that. It's like some Anchorman quote, but like, yeah, it sometimes works, but sometimes the dog will escape, especially when we're doing what we're doing and killing lots of things. Dog? Where else am I the dog? There you go, Henslet, thank you. Oh, strat then? We're Thankfully, I mean, we are gunhead, so we can kind of not care. He won't immediately one-shot us until we get below 2k. Yeah, I honestly would not mind if they break through doors eventually. I think that's really cool and atmospheric. Oh Lord, I hear him. It doesn't really matter. I would say just... Oh, I can't close that door. Fuck. Are all the doors broken? That's so unfortunate. Well, he's not trapped in pipes. We could be trapping him on this side, though. We just need to get all these doors closed. All right. Oh, that's broken, too. All the doors are fucking broken. Old man doesn't matter. I would say, like, maybe try out Scav Girl or Shaman. I think Shaman's a great starter. You don't get all of the guns like you would, like, for example, with Masked Man or Old Man. But the nice thing about Shaman, right, is he's fast enough to, like, help you get out of bad situations. And we got some good RNG here. And it's also the fact here, like, right, the dog will never break the patrol pattern of where it was. It will always patrol over here, but it will follow you throughout the map regardless of what you do, right? I'm pretty sure the dog is over there right now. We can actually go up and check. And that's like one of the cheap gimmicks with dog right now, is it kind of follows you throughout the map regardless of what you do. Or it attempts to, right? It does have issues with pathing. Hello. Hey Bob, what? What fucking fever dream is this? Yeah, there's dog right there. Like, that's the weird thing with dog, is it tries to follow you around regardless if it actually knows you're there or not, or if it has seen you before. Wait, now you hear the door? Yeah. You can hear silence gunshots across the map. That is true. Or rather, he reacts to, like, following you around in the gunshots, so on and so forth. So busy here now with all these guys here. Let me open the door. And that's for our friends to fight the big boy. See, I will say that this is one thing too, right? The question marks for the enemies, they don't go to where you made the sound, they go to you. And I do hope we see that change in perhaps the future, where the circle just means they're investigating, but not necessarily investigating where you have moved to. See, and so this is a cool feature that I will say of this map, right? It's like we're kind of forcing this conflict to happen between these two enemy types. We've opened the door for Rust in Peace. It doesn't, but we're gonna start killing it soon.
Contact.
Okay, so I need to kill the commanders. The scramblers don't actually matter. Yeah, like, so someone said, I don't know the validity of it, but someone was saying too, like, they've actually have said, like, the weapons currently are just placeholders until they can actually get their own in the game. And it could, like, be the reasons why they have hesitations on actually, like, fixing the guns. Because if you're going to replace them anyway, there's not much point in, you know, fixing them. And, well, we can still see them, like, do things, right, where, like, they keep the scar, but it's just, like, actually modeled, like, the, like, Think of it this way too. Look at the MG34 in the game currently, and like the guns they want to keep will probably just look like that, right? Like they might rework the SCAR to look much more like that, as opposed to like, imagine a SCAR like in the aesthetic of the MG34 that we have in game currently, where it says a bayonet, it's like very like rusted metal, so on and so forth. Like that would be a very gnarly looking SCAR, right? That's kind of like the implementation of real life gun that can get around, where it has like the silhouette of a real life gun, but it's been vastly modified over time to like have this very dystopian aesthetic to it. All right, time to free civilians. Be free. Avoid the scramblers on your way out. Yeah, it's like that's always a good like trade-off with like really powerful guns, Bob. Like when they see you have like a high-tech or powerful gun, they start taking note of you. It makes things like, you know, 9mm is much more actually like appropriate, because, you know, they're not gonna care about a dinky little small caliber like that, or like a conventional gun. And I always thought like it'd be really interesting too, like pretty like fluffy but interesting, how like it'd be really cool if the factions reacted differently to like hearing their own gunfire as opposed to others. So say, for example, you're around a bunch of your opens and you're firing a SCAR. They might not actually care or care to investigate. They just assume you're open. They might care a little bit, but they might not care as much, right? Especially if they're busy with something else already. Or for example, if you're using like an AK or a P90 for like the other factions. Like imagine that, for example. Imagine if using a P90 like helped distract you from cyborgs. Hey, Sith. Like it'd be a cool way of like not having a silencer, but having a silencer for a particular faction. Is using their weapons.
Units returning home.
Worked out pretty well, I will say. The dog was very passive. Well, very surprising for Cemetery. The dog was very chill throughout the entire experience. Three rig lights, oh boy. See, the weird things too about this, right, is like there's always this like theme, right, of like bringing innards or bringing water back to your base, bringing people back to your base, bringing that. It genuinely feels like it wants to be a resource in like a very light city builder, right? And I don't even think city builders are like the right way of putting it, but like it makes me almost kind of wish for like a resource management game, at least in a very light capacity in this setting, right? The hardest quest of all, I would probably say it's the high navcom quest. Like the ones that are actually completable, probably high navcomp. Just because, like, unless you go out of your way to cheese it, killing a helicopter is actually kind of hard and very deadly. When you're behind cover, mechs, like, or when you're playing behind cover right now, like, exos are not dangerous at all, but helicopters are just so damaging and like their staggers, it makes them quite deadly, I think. So yeah, high navcom probably. Maybe. Okay. Hold on here. We're gonna go deep in the tank. Where are you? Come back here. Where is it? You don't say, Ivan. It's pretty old at this point, but I did get water feedback. But like, basically, I was advocating for them to switch over to like a day and night cycle or a day cycle for water, as in, you know, every day you go on a raid, you go on a night shift, that's a day in game, and after a day in game, water is deducted from your innards. And part of like one of my optional like kind of like throw out theories there too, or ideas there too, was like you unlock certain characters as you play, like for example Gunhead's buying a quest, Maskman's buying a quest, so on and so forth. Or like say for example you pick like 2 or 3 scavengers you start out with, and the nice thing about them, right, is when they're not being used during the day or night cycle to go do raids, they do passive things for you, right? So say for example, my example here, right, was, you know, Scav Girl might collect materials, Old Man creates meds, or Masked Man creates ammo, so on and so forth, right? So like you actually have this kind of feeling of, oh, you know, life's going on in the innards, people are doing stuff to help us like live in this apocalypse setting. Okay. Come here, you. How many do I have? Oh, we're just short. We need a few more. We're so close. Do I have the rack even unlocked yet? I don't. Let's go talk to Bundleton here. Hello, the rack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we need 2 more. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, right? Like, it's a weird hybrid of the War of Mine, Frostpunk, and just this game, right? The War of Mine, I forgot the War of Mine. I haven't played War of Mine in forever too, right? War of Mine's a great game. If you've never played War of Mine, it's a fucking fantastic game. Same thing with Frostpunk 1. Frostpunk 2, if you like Frostpunk 1, you'll probably like Frostpunk 2, but Frostpunk 1 hits way harder than Frostpunk 2. Not saying that 2 is bad, just not as good as 1, but like it's hard to live up to 1. It's so good. All right, we're gonna wait, we're gonna hold off a little bit. We're gonna keep playing a bit more and then get some more turrets later. Okay, I guess we just keep this quest for now, because we haven't actually seen Rat King at all. Do I need more upgrades here? Do I need like a pray for my innards? Happy Bell. I usually, so for a starter, I personally lean into recommending Maskman or Shaman. If you like using lots of guns eventually, I recommend Masked Man. If you like being fast, and if you find the movement difficult, which you probably will starting out, Shaman's speed helps out immensely with making up for the difficulty of the like movement system in the game currently, right? I think Scav Girl is okay, and apparently they've fixed this, but you have to unlock your rigs, which I'm not a big fan of. So I would say for that reason, Masked Man or Shaman. Gunhead's very hard because you can't heal. Bagman's interesting. He's very slow, but very beefy. But not beefy enough to make up for how slow he is, I feel like. And Old Man is fine, but he's nothing exceptional. But no, Shaman is probably the best all around. He starts pretty weak, like low HP wise. Only 900. But he's really, really fast. And because of that, you can just get around units and get around the map pretty easily without drawing too much attention. The only caveat is that he can't use the biggest rigs, and he doesn't get a lot of weapons. Yeah, I haven't seen Rat King in forever. Let's go over to Scorched Enclave, I guess. See if we can find him there. No problem. the time for sniping? Probably not. Let's bring an AK with a lot of rounds. Oh, the masked mech is Rat King. So Rat King is like basically a scavenger-friendly mech that's apparently run by AI. You can focus on one character. You don't have to. You are rewarded. So every time you prestige up, it's like leveling up in the game. So you get a little bit faster. Your walk speed gets a little bit faster. You gain a little bit more HP, I think 40 per level up. And then you basically get more experience, so you can unlock more stuff in your skill tree. So there are incentives, but there are things your character can't innately do or won't have, despite how much you prestige up, right? Like, old man will never be fast. Shaman can never use bigger guns, so on and so forth. So it's good to branch out and do different things for sure. But you are kind of like reinforced to play like 2 or 3 characters as opposed to all of them. That's an EXO over there. But yeah, Rat King's a friendly mech. Someone who was saying they're from Fundog was like alluding to the giant sack on Rat King's back being a fungus that's kind of grown over the mech and taking control of it. So it's like a sentient / AI / fungus. But no idea the validity of that. I usually don't see them fight this far away. This is kind of cool, actually. Very rarely will they actually fight this far away. Oh, and by the way, yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, they dropped aggro, though, too. Interesting. Nope, they're aggro again. Whoa. Yeah, so like I think the working theory, at least that I have based off of that, is like it was a destroyed Europa mech. That Europa mechs, Europa does use AIs or virtual intelligences, but they don't go as far as like Eurasia or perhaps Shuruska. They're usually pretty neutered or pretty simplistic. However, as we see with Gunhead, right, they do have a tendency over time to kind of mutate or just become glitchy, if you will. So a medium mech for Europa getting destroyed in the field and kind of having its reactor or its power sealed up and fixed by like a sentient fungus or a fungus, letting that AI kind of sit there and permutate and like grow, definitely kind of works, right? There is. I actually have a video on my channel from one of his little lore blogs. It's actually like, out of all the lore on my channel, the only one that's actually like 100% canonical is the Gunhead video I have on my channel, because it's straight from Fundog, and it just reads an excerpt from his one of his logs, with a few changes on my end, but not much. But essentially, Gunhead, I got a quick TLDR of Gunhead's lore, right? Initially a construction robot, during the formation of Europa, some engineers were like, hey, we have some rioters around us. You know, it'd be really good for security if we put some guns on the construction robot. And thus Gunhead was born. And essentially, from that construction robot with guns placed on it, they just kept kind of iterating on it a bit and just building it up into what it is today. But they never really, like, it was never built ground up to be a combat robot, and so that's kind of its glitchy nature, or it's why it's kind of, it's the apparent reason for its very glitchy and kind of broken down nature, and it's like AI nature, is that it's essentially like hundreds of years, or like dozens of 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, decades of years of just not corruption, but building upon legacy code. Such a point now where, like, who knows why Gunhead thinks what it does. Hello, T90. I need to do a check too. I noticed this Merkava's last night, or sorry, Monday stream. So tanks used to not care when you rode them. Nope, doesn't care. Take me home. Come on, mush. Forward. You can do it. Forward, I say. There are quests for killing it, but not really, no. Like the funniest thing too is like you'll kill a tank and it will drop, like, for example, a container full of like MREs and water, and then it will drop a like a container full of weapon mods. That is something you can do, Cinnify, is just like follow it around and get the kills. That's a very valid tactic in this game, is just following things around for kills. So like, someone pointed out last stream too, that there's actually like 2 different AI systems that work on the tank, which kind of just like reinforces my theory that it's just a store-bought asset pack with its own AI. Basically, like, the tank's guns and the tank itself goes off one model, and the machine gun on top goes off an entirely separate model. And like, the tank itself functions like a normal tank. It fights other tanks and destroys them, but the machine gun on top, it kind of just does its own thing. Normally pretty chill, and then they randomly shoot you out of left field. I was kind of looking for more assaulters, but I'm not seeing many. Yep, I saw him earlier before he spawned in, Toothy. I really do hope we see in the future destroyable units. That is like almost the hallmark of the game right now. That is Toothy. So Toothy is a Euruscan medium mech. Not the same as medium mech. It's basically it's essentially like a medevac or emergency mech that's supposed to help things escape or like protect VIPs. The most important aspect of Toothy, though, is it runs off biofuel, and it can generate its own fuel in the field with these little sacks here. So what it will do is it will take bodies or take living people, it doesn't really care, and throw them into these sacks that will basically turn them into biofuel for it to actually use in combat. So that's why you can see, for example, it has cages, it has a little sack in the front of bodies. It's essentially there to just collect bodies for its own fuel. We don't have them right now, but it's supposed to be a very common mech that goes rogue. So we'll see it not even a part of the Eurusca faction in the future, but just as a rogue entity. And one thing about the Eurusca and the rogue entities, it's supposed to have basically mites, like little mechanical cockroaches that come with it, that help it kind of feed and find things among the ruins. Yeah, I mean, they bug out all the time. This is basically, the AI is pretty simplistic. What will generally happen like the AIs basically have one pattern right now where when they get into a hostile state, their AI tells them to do two things: walk forward and shoot. And when all of the AI basically has that same pattern, it essentially ends with high health units basically just touching each other, attempting to shoot each other. That's cool. Like, little pop, I'm not surprised also. Like, Q1 should be our first big update with actual new units, considering it's supposed to be like a new unit plus reinforcement patch. So that tracks. Fighting 3v to kill is very hard. Hey, zombie. King of Kings. Let's go over to Mesa, see if we can't find it there, perhaps. They've been pretty good, actually. Like, so my general cadence that I kind of expect personally out of a early access game is like one big content patch, or patch every quarter, and they've kind of done more than that. They're not the biggest content patches, but they are content patches, and they're not small either. Like, they're medium-sized content patches every about month and a half to 2 months. So in Q4 of 2024, right, we had 2 content patches. We had one at the end of October and one at the end of December. Which I think if they manage to maintain a cadence like that, it is pretty good. And even if they slow the cadence down to like once a quarter, I'm perfectly okay with that. And like, so far with each content patch, we've seen a new map come out from being locked into in progress. And if they keep the current pace, and if there is the intent to still release after a year, they're actually gonna finish all of the maps way before actually like releasing the game, if that's the case of, every 2-ish months we get a content patch. It's a commendable pace. I'm not sure if they'll be able to keep it up, but we'll have to see. That is like one major boon about the extraction shooter genre. Not that it's easy to develop for, but because of its pretty good modularity, it's easy to have a lot of things going at once, right? You don't have to worry about how maps mesh together, or the maps are a standalone. You don't have to worry about how different systems work together. A lot of systems are pretty standalone. There's not a lot of overlapping systems that you have to worry about in different games. And a big thing too, I will say also, basically just saying my entire video. Anyway, the lack of PvP, I personally, I do enjoy PvP, don't get me wrong, but it has its time and place, and not all games need it. And this is one of the games where I definitely feel like it not having PvP is a definitive boon. Having indie developers not having to worry about cheating, not having to worry about having a secure backend and servers for their game to make sure that, cheaters can't cheat, and so on and so forth, really helps them not have to care about all of that bullshit. They can, like, imagine this. Imagine back in the day if Tarkov was just only PvE, how they would not have to care to have to constantly restructure their game because of a lack of authority between the server and the client. They have spent so much time having to constantly rework their backend because they were just new developers at the time, right? Like, that's the famous thing about BSG. Tarkov was their learning. They learned by making Tarkov, and there was tons of growing pains for them because their scope is massive, right? They took on everything. Nothing was not under the umbrella of what they wanted to do, right? And that's partially on them too, right? But at the same time, they did learn. There's a lot of pain along the way, but they did learn. Yeah, soundtrack and art's great. Like, that's the big thing too, right? Like, they have the art, they have the soundtrack simply. It's just to make, like, it's just making sure now they make a good enough game to, like, keep the players engaged on top. Like, the soundtrack and the game itself, the art can do a lot of heavy lifting, but making sure the game is something people actually want to play is very important too. They've kind of already done their marketing, right? Like the art and the sound speaks for itself. Now it's just putting it together into an actual game. Yeah, Tarkov has always had conflicting things too, with constant reworks too. You had your preview movement, you had your weight, you had your so on and so forth, like so many different things that changed, so on and so forth. Like inertia was fine, but it did change movement a lot. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely true, Papa, but like, yeah, it's kind of a backwards way of approaching it in some capacity. But at the same time, like the intent for them to not remake the game was there, right? Like it was supposed to be just an art book, right? And it turned into like a game. Now it turns into, you know, maybe even a much bigger game than they were hoping for, right? Or they were expecting, considering their sales. From the context of like their Q&As, it does definitely feel like they got a bunch more, or a lot more reception or positive sales, or just sales in general, than they were expecting. Which might mean more time in the tank. I don't think so. So where that comes from, basically, right, is that the original publisher for Fundog, or the game in general, was a company, I believe, in Peru. And essentially, when they pivoted, that publishing company pivoted over to heavily into NFTs and crypto, is when Fundog exited, right? There definitely was probably a conflict. I feel like, considering Fundog leaving them, the only thing it possibly could have been was that. So when people call the game a crypto scam, right, it's because of that old affiliation with that old publisher in Peru that's leaned heavily into crypto. Yeah, very briefly, Ludroth, not very much. Yeah, the second like they started pushing the NFT and crypto stuff, they started dissing themselves and then left. And that's where you'll see the crypto argument come into, right? But the people who bring up that argument aren't usually arguing in good faith, because they're not doing the research, they're just taking their info from a video. There was a video from like some YouTuber published on the game talking about like Fundog and their affiliations with this Peruvian like NFT publisher. And that was true at one time, but they're no longer affiliated, and they left when the NFTs were announced. So, I mean, if we get rug pulled, we get rug pulled, I guess. But like, I'm kind of like, where in this game there's no servers, and I'm sure if there's no servers, there's no anti-cheat, and it's very easy to crack the game files and peek inside. If there was any remnants of like crypto or NFT schemes, I feel like it would have already been noteworthy by now, or people have already would have found it. But they haven't, so there's nothing there. Yeah, I almost feel like the gacha boxes are almost like a snub, or like kind of a joke about it, right? Could you just find them on the floor and raid? So no Rat King, we do need drones. I guess we can go over here, I guess. go over to the bunker. Yeah, informatic. What's the lockboxes? Why are they so expensive? We have drills now too, right? Yes, significant. Very, very significant. Not really loot drops, we're just playing around, really. Just doing all the quests here and there. Doing quests I don't usually do, right? So at this point, I think we've mostly completed all the ones that are doable. Or at least feasible, though King of Kings has been looting us, or at least me. They can't get wrecking this mod. It's average tank gameplay. I will say, loot drop, the big thing though is like this Friday will be another community stream. So open lobby. So for most maps, they don't really have any functionality yet. But for the map Frozen Swamp, there will be a bunch of like cargo containers, and some of them will have like a vertical strip of like metal on them, and you can essentially drill into them. When you kill tanks now too, the boxes the tanks drop also do require it now also. So essentially you need to have the drill on you, and you interact with the tank with the drill as your consumable to basically drill into the lockbox. I can. I mean, it's normal time, normal place, right? 1 p.m. EST to like 5 p.m. EST, about there. All right, there's HKs. Need one more drone. America. I think it's a point. Like, so there was in one of the videos, I think it may be like one of the loading videos. Maybe not. Like, there's coordinates, and the coordinates. I think point to Europe. You can stealth kill out into the drop. They hotfixed that last Friday. Oh, if you're unaware of that, yeah. So they hotfixed last Friday. The radius is fixed. So when you crouch now, you're stealthy. You can stealth kill while you're stealthy. When you're standing up and walking around, it's still the normal radius. The cylinder is gone though, so it's much more like just a sphere around you. They can still kind of detect you through walls, and then sprinting is the same modifier, like 50% upwards. But no. So we have, this is like Los Angeles, right? The Megasit 32. Yeah, so like the coordinates don't mean too much. Like the actual design in the map itself showing Los Angeles plus American flag plus developers, like it's just almost all but confirmed that we're in Los Angeles. Drone, please. And also, yeah, you can shoot the chopper from over here, but just keep in mind there's not really any place to hide on top of this, so you end up getting murdered. Also, I'm very much hoping that we see expansions for these maps in the future, because I want to go inside. Let me inside. Let me inside, game. I want to go inside. Let me in. Yeah, someone already made that joke on the subreddit too, right? Took a picture of LA right now and was like, oh, hey, crossover. Okay, where's the drone at? I hear drone. Ow, ow. Who the fuck just... No. No, I don't allow it. No, I'm gonna so die here. Get in. Get in. Oh, the grenade killed me. The grenade, no. It was a good silencer too, man. For now. Yeah, I just can't ever... That's fine. Now we can get Rat King, hopefully. Actually, let's talk to... No, still on sale. We're still restricted. What do I have ammo for a lot of? I mean... I guess it works. I don't think I've actually done this really much on this map as this character. Come here, you. It doesn't feel like the safest idea ever, but you know, it might work. I will say, I've never actually tried against a helicopter either. Maybe we just needed more bullets. That will solve our issues. We don't need cover where we're going. Just hopefully Rat King land. I don't think I've seen Rat King yet this entire time on this character. I have the shrine now. It's always like the bad thing, I will say, like, it's why I would much prefer to like a day-night cycle with night shifts being optional, because whenever you have a small percentage something, right, you can just get these long stretches of being unlucky. When you start dealing in, like, you know, 5% chances of something, sure, it's 1 in 20, but with bad luck, you can see it, like, more like, you know, take much longer than 20 runs to actually see. Like, when you think, oh, 5% means they'll see it, you know, 1 in 20 times, well, it means, like, over the long average, they'll see it 1 in 20 times. In short periods, they can have a lot of variation. I feel like at that point, Zombie, you're just better modifying the game files to, like, give your Painless, like, 1 billion damage. Where's my Rat King? I was told Rat King is here. Also, I don't think I've tried before, actually. Hold on. Okay, I don't think that was me. I think it was already hurt. Or that, or Painless is amazing versus tanks. Beautiful. Yeah, it's gone. Hashtag physics, Ivan. But, like, Ivan, have you never just experienced physics before?
Shred them fast so we can move on.
Right, where's the Merkava at? That was a medium mech there. That's kind of terrifying. Alright, I hear Merkava, but at the same time, I don't want to really piss off BDMX by shooting Merkava. Why are you all in sync? You frickin' hive mind. No. Hello, tank. Are we good? Okay, 200 rounds. Oh, it's flying. About 150. With the power of 50 cal, we built a we drilled a hole. We bored a hole through a tank. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, so for those unaware, the game doesn't have armor right now. It's just the more armored something is, the more HP it has. And so it's just a DPS race, for example. Like you can do the exact same thing we just did with shotguns against tanks, right? But I once we get armor in the game, I'm sure that will change too. And I imagine that's also a reason why, for example, along with missing death animations, we have unkillable units like the Orgamech, Mother Courage, so on and so forth. A lack of animations along with them wanting those units to be scary and no armor means that like they felt like they need to make them unkillable for now. I kind of want to go up this way, right? Just march off into the sunset. Go explore the vast highway of death. Hey, look how cool it looks. This is just a giant highway. And then a minefield. Yeah, the Lonesome Road. Up we go. I'm surprised like there's never units up here too, right? Like this would be a great spot for like a spot for like snipers or tanks too. Just like a tank perched up here. Yeah, the minefields are map boundaries. That's how they currently constrain you. There are like natural boundaries too, like just like, you know, terrain and walls, but for the most part, like if they have open earth or open like flat landscapes, out of bounds will be minefields. Oh yeah, like the whole like destroyed city, yeah, 100%. Well, I'm sure this place was nuked a few times. Don't doubt it. I wonder. Hold on, reloading. I can't see. Oh, who the fuck just... Where did that come from? I wonder if an HK spawned behind me. For me to die that quickly, it had to be like either a medium mech or a chopper. I guess, did we hit the chopper in the background perhaps? I don't think so, right? We would have seen it coming. Grenade launcher could have been the case, but usually grenade launchers don't one-shot you that quickly. So we did get an HK notification, and it said medium mech. Yeah, so we probably had an exo spawn, or medium mech spawn behind us, because there is a chance when you start killing big things or attacking big things that your HKs will be much deadlier. So I'm guessing what happens in HK medium mech's probably spawned behind us. While saying nothing personal, kid, as it destroys us with his freaking giant gun. It does feel appropriate, though. I will say, like, an HK popping out of nowhere did feel kind of weird, the medium mech. It did feel appropriate, though, considering we were making a lot of noise, though, with Painless. It probably looked amazing, though, right? From, like, a distance, just, like, seeing all those tracers go across the map. Like, imagine, like, that's kind of an issue I have with Mesa, right? Is, okay, bear with me here, right? We have the road here, right? But imagine if there was, like, fortifications and trenches going across, and, like, this was almost like no man's land of just, like, tracer fire, gunfire, so on and so forth. And so the difficulty of getting across the map was having to navigate through, like, trench lines, or just, like, the little cover you did have, maybe destroyed cars or destroyed wrecks, because, like, there's just constant tracer fire going back and forth here. So cinematic. There was that one, though, but it can't get up to where we're going, Arco. I did notice that there was that mech traversing to the left, but it definitely felt like we were getting shot from behind. And the medium mechs usually can't path around all the way around like that. So I'm really feeling like it was definitely a medium mech. It could have been that one, but I almost feel it was an HK too, considering we did get the HK trigger a little bit earlier. Still no freaking Rat King yet, man. Let's run it, I guess, run it one more time. See if we can't find Rat King. Well, actually, hold on, it depends too. I've been waiting for something. 3 minutes? Yeah. So one more Mesa. Who do I need to sell to make this up? Forgive me for murdering people. Isn't it Grillo anyway, though? I think Grillo sells it anyway. And he also doesn't like me for some reason. How would you like these terrible guns? There we go. How would you like one of these? One of these? It's not getting swayed at all. There we go. There's a Spectre M4. Buy some more 45 ACP real quick. 400 should be plenty for now. Better rig. 45. Consumables. Just bring 8 of these in. G36. We'll do next will be G36. Yeah, so right now the HK pool is predominantly the EODs with LMGs. Then you have scramblers, which are pretty buggy. They don't always spawn when you get them. They're only on night shifts. Then you have the grabber, and then you have medium mechs. All right, please, pretty please, give me the Rat King. Be free, my children. Rat King? Doesn't sound like Rat King's here. So sad. I have actually never seen Rat King in such a long time. When I see an Orgamech HK, I will let you know. If it's only a group thing, I will never see it. But I have yet to actually see an Orgamech HK. But it might be only a group thing too. That, or because, like I was saying before, like, right, the same reason we don't see Rat King is the same reason we don't see an HK Orgamech. When you have a 1% chance, or smaller percent chance, you can get really unlucky. Oh my god. You can just get really unlucky over a long period of time. I mean, I will see Orgamechs on this map, right? So for example, when we go over to Bunker, I'll find Orgamechs there all the time. But never as an HK. Weirdly enough, I actually find Orgamechs more on this map, at Bunker. I mean, I will see it on Scorched Enclave too, but I feel like it spawns. They're probably about the same percentage, to be honest. I just play Ashen Mesa more, probably. Yeah, I definitely think it does up the HKs and based on bigger groups. So it makes sense that, like, if you have more players, you probably see an Orgamech. Give me your stuff. It is 3 out of 3. Yeah, you can't kill the dog. The dog, with the current mechanics of dog aren't that good, to be honest. I will say I have a whole video critiquing the current iteration of dog. But yeah. And like, one aspect is its unkillable nature, but like others because it's like it just the one-shot mechanic it does is just doesn't interact very well. But yeah, this is usually where I find an Orga, is at this extract.
Hard drama. But at least we made it.
Sad days. No Rat King. Yeah. Based on that too, Zombie, I definitely feel like the velocity of the guns right now is mainly to accommodate the bug, not the actual intent. So like right now, a lot of the guns shoot very, very slow in regards to their velocity, especially the bigger guns like cannons and so on and so forth. And it mainly feels like it's because there's a weird targeting bug where occasionally they'll take pot shots at you while fighting other units, and they'll just, if it was faster, it would instantly kill you. So if they ever fix that bug, I would like to see actual like realistic velocities on guns. It would make it so much deadlier too. Oh my god. Okay. Where are you? I need to buy you. What mods do I have for you? Suppressor. Please tell me. Please tell me it's back. I've never been so happy in my life. Please tell me it's back. Hold on, different character though too. Character, Bagman. Vendors, Bundleton. I do need to be cautious here, because I won't have a lot of ammo. Let's make sure we bring at least, like, I would say 5 of these, and the rest will be ammo. That's not a lot of ammo. I guess it'll work, though. It has to work. I feel like to save ammo, too, we might need to bring some friends. We're going the whole 9 yards here. Regions. Scrapyard Nexus. Interesting, little Papa. Good to know. Thank God I can restore the G36 back to its glory. I mean, that is a common, like, critique, for example, of the game currently, is that there is, like, the dilemma between, like, being that guy and feeling too powerful. They have been kind of chipping away at that, though, I will say, with, like, making units deadlier over time. Like, every single patch, they have buffed the accuracy and damage of the enemies. And a bit of that's to compensate for the healing, because healing is really strong. But it's definitely gotten harder over time. Alright, let's save my ammo. But, it's hard to say, too. It definitely... I imagine the fine-tuning will come later to make the game a bit harder. And it's definitely gotten harder over time, too. At the same time, it's... Right now, there's a lot of different systems in the game that kind of conflict with each other between casual and not casual. Almost not necessarily punishing casuals, but definitely not helping them either. And you have to be kind of careful. For example, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I've been playing video games my entire life. I would consider myself pretty decent at video games, to say the least. And probably not when you're designing a casual game, the demographic you should go after. Like, if you're designing a casual game, I am probably not the type of player that you should look toward in regards to balancing your game. Okay, they have done their job. I just wanted them to save me some ammo. You guys can go here. Try perhaps looting little Papa your open snipers on like mech trenches. There's something weird about that. Does what about a horror game? Am I good at horror games? Probably not. Were you guys following me again? Come on.
That's for sure.
Let's let the turrets do their things. You can. 36M. I'm not gonna lie, these civilians are getting in my way now. I guess we'll just go to the quest. I'm hoping it shouldn't despawn. Oh, that's right. They kill steal. I really feel like your companions and your turret should count as your kills. Very sad that they don't. And they're locking it down too over here. I guess let's find the battle plans, I guess. Did we win the war? My god. Everything's dead. So cursed, I love it. I need to find battle plans. None of your battle plans so far. Plans? There we go. Oh, out of room. We'll drop a few of these. All right, cyborgs and assassins. We'll get back to our spot. It's so calm to here today, my god. Missing a few assassins here. And cyborgs too. But we might not get cyborgs this time around. Oh, they can aim down there too? That can't be accurate. It's so floppy. All right, there's the assassins. I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to actually do cyborgs here. They don't really respawn on this variant of the map. I need more combat. There's so many rounds left in my turrets. It's so floppy. Well, unfortunately, there's not enough enemies today. We're gonna like a drip feed of assassins. Goodbye, my turrets. I'll miss you. Any cyborgs? Nope. They're also like armed with shotguns too, which I guess does make some sense. Like, I mean, the maps aren't really big enough for snipers either, though. There's probably already plenty of them in the game. I imagine they're probably placeholder for now too, right? I imagine to see them probably a little bit beefier in the future, or a bit scarier. I definitely do want to see like more bespoke HK units like that, like assassins and so on and so forth, as opposed to just like a medium mech sent to kill you. Difficult European problem, okay? More to the mystery meat pile. All right, let's go back to the new map, Frozen Swamp. But let's do Frozen Swamp, but with no quests. Except for the one we currently have, Mercy Killing. Let's go over to... Those character is... Let's do some Shaman, actually. I haven't played Shaman in a while. We'll bring Shaman along. His best rig is going to be this, so better one. We're going to jump for some funds. Do I have a kit SVD? I should have a kit SVD. I should have upper assembly too. Hold on. Let's go talk to Aramaki. Yeah, I do have one actually. There we go. Plenty of 54R. Do I have plenty of 54R? Oh, a decent amount. And then some meds. Let's go explore Frozen Swamp. I usually spawn. Let's do scavenger camp. Let's go explore over here. See a zombie. I rarely actually explore that area. That's apparently where the bagger will spawn. Not the bagger, the grabber.
No heroes tonight.
Yeah, there's a giant face. You're just a way down. Wonder if you're real. Yep. I love this part of this map so much. We have more shanties than just open ground over there. Let's go drop down. Take some damage. Not too much, though. There's a destroyed mech. And there's a pipe, like, so... It's kind of... Okay, there's a medium mech. It spawns over there and then comes through. And I think it usually goes to the center of the map also. Are you scaled down? You feel smaller. Maybe not. So we have this pipe over here, right? Which you kind of can't do much with, but you can get on top of it. And follow for quite some time.
Too many signals. Like buzzing bees.
I feel like, too, the AI definitely needs like a runaway tactic. Like if you're like a water thief, right? I feel like your MO is to run away from fighting a medium mech, not just going guns blazing. But yeah, we have like this cool parkour area, which unfortunately half of it's not real. And I was kind of hoping you could eventually like get up top of here and then go up to the injector this way. But unfortunately not doable right now. Hello, magazine. What's actually over this way too? It takes a little while. It's not very quick. The biggest thing I'll say is like make sure you deselect hide incompatible from Aramaki. Sometimes it'll hide stuff you actually have access to. Oh, that's weird. It's actually... Wait, what? Just an invisible wall here. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, minefield. Okay. And yeah, this is the area where you can actually occasionally find a grabber on this map. Not sure why, but it is occasionally here. Ow. Yeah, I will say they're kind of rare though occasionally to find those actual guys. I guess this is an extract for some of the spawns. The door down here like always. Yeah, just a door. One of your opens. No dog yet, though, thankfully. Can't go inside of you. Ooh, minefield, ugh. Wait, there's a gotcha here? Cool.
Patience is a virtue.
Does that feel like a... Wait, hold on here. The scale of that feels bigger than a regular Merkava. Yeah, have to take a photo, like one of those old ones where you have to like take it out and then shake it to see the image. You just you it's one of those like, yeah, old like 90s fucking cameras, man. What are they called? You take a picture and then you like it comes out and then you have to like shake it and then you like it slowly like comes out from fading. You just see a giant dog on your freaking picture. Yeah, Polaroid, thank you. Everyone in chat's dating themselves. You old fucks. Just kidding. No, but yeah, another case in point of this, the size and the scale of things being sometimes weirdly scaled up or scaled down. It looked a bit different than normal too, like a slightly different tinted outfit.
They have arrived. We have to endure.
A little bit too high. Trying to go for headshots here. There we go. And weirdly enough, they don't care. As long as you one-shot them, they don't care. Just more meat for the pile. Wait, I wonder where this goes. I'm guessing nowhere, but I'm actually curious now too. Very dark in here. I cannot see. You go down? No, not really. Okay. I can see inside too. But that would be really funny. Yeah, freaking Polaroid. You shake it and you just see like an image of a red angry dog. Hashtag Hobotech. Yeah, the tack image is camera mode. I imagine. It might not be soon. I definitely... One of the reoccurring themes, or like posts I will see, is about like a camera mode. Like innate to the game. I wonder if they are actually working on that. Or just like a very low priority considering we have third-party tools like Unreal Engine Unlocker. The perks of no anti-cheat. You're free to just inject code into your game. Yeah, Jacob. Ugh. I need 2 more cyborgs. Oh, don't worry, we're going up to see like this is too. This map is great. We'll get more drones on the way out. Oh, this is an SVD with just its like actual scope on it. It's one of the it's one of the attachments for it. It just has a scope on it itself. Dust covers. So it's not. It's essentially a PSO. But I can tell you right now, it's not a PSO inside. This is not a PSO scope. But like outside, it's like basically has the same rail as a PSO. No problem. Keep moving. Yeah, that'd probably be a lot of work.
It's but a moment in time.
What am I hearing right now? Like the distortions. What does that sound? Not those.
You never know what you will find.
What is going on?
Till you look.
Anyway, here's a cool vista. And a bunch of pipes want to go on. This is my first time actually having this bug, though. Oh, it was the drone. We're good. Oh, it was the turret. The turret's not dead. We're good. No. That, no, Ron, me too. That's one idea of just like making it like a Polaroid. No, the other option though, make it like 240p. Like make it like actually just like super pixelated. I need meds so badly. Yeah, there's the fucking respawn I was talking about yesterday, or Monday. Hold on. Yeah, I'll show you in a second after I stop getting murdered. Alright. Yeah, so, Jack. Those are indeed faces. So essentially, like, we're some years into the future, far into the future, and like the reoccurring lore, right, is that machines and AI are out in the field for like very, very long periods without maintenance, and they've kind of gotten corrupted over time. And a big part of the AI was like producing guns, producing buildings, like 3D printing buildings and so on and so forth. So over time they've become corrupted, and like different instructions in their mind have become kind of melded together, right? Like perhaps they build statues and perhaps they build smokestacks, or perhaps this is their way of saying, we're building a smokestack for a steel factory for humans. Let's make sure we, you know, we designate that it's for humans by putting a giant face on it, so on and so forth. So essentially it's just a way for them to like kind of lore explain a melding of like different aesthetics on top of construction by having all these corrupted AI that are, you know, meant to build things. Anyway, back to meds. Or lack thereof. There's one. Too many mods. There we go. Have I been up here before? Or should I go this way, actually? That's kind of sketch. But yeah, it's definitely not, like, it's definitely intentional though, right? Like, that the AI are trying to make those as part of their smokestacks. It's just that it, like, it's been, like, it's from different instructions becoming corrupted together, right? Let me up. Probably the best I guess is jumping over there. Almost made it. I don't have HP to play with. We'll just come down here and see the vistas this way. So, like, this is the only actual pipe that kind of functions as a way out currently. All the other pipes aren't really intentional. But here we can see more injector sites off of the distance. And we'll see a bit more as we get out a little bit more. We have kind of, I guess, a destroyed injector site a little bit. Something like that. But yeah, they're plentiful. Then we have the effigies here too, which are metal as shit. They kind of make me think too, like the first thought I had about these was like, they're naturally their nests for drones, right? That could be like kind of their backup programming. Like if they lose the signal from other base or they lose the ability to talk to other base, their base programming is to make a giant antenna, like, yeah, Wi-Fi tower to like essentially retrieve instructions from home base. While also probably doubling as a way of like storing fuel. It's like, for those unaware, like right now, right? Right now, the functionality of the drones is they just shoot. But the Eurasian drones, and by extension the Eurasian drones, have a stinger on their like lower abdomen, I guess is what you would call it. And they have a bunch like clearly like fluid sacs on that abdomen too. And I'm guessing, like, my current theory is that they inject you with basically like a catalyst or an enzyme to essentially turn your insides into biofuel for them. So they can basically, just like the Eurasian medium mech, right? They can go out into the field and, like, you know, be out there for long periods of time by refueling off bodies or, you know, captured subjects that they'll store in the little nests here. Kind of like a spider, right? Spiders do the exact same thing. They capture in a nest, and then they liquefy the insides of the insects as basically food for them. I felt like that was a headshot on my screen, but whatever. Yep, I just had to reload. The downsides of 10 rounds. Stagger is your king. I felt like that was a headshot. I mean, I hit the shoulder, though. It's always the weird thing, too, right now with the misalignment of the guns, is that you can never just guarantee headshots. You have to kind of guesstimate. And sometimes it turns into a shoulder, which turns into you aggroing the entire squad and dying. Oh well. The cows don't work. The balloon is too small for the cows. I need the devs to answer for their crimes. Out of everything, the biggest crime, that balloon is too small. It does not work. Explain to me why that balloon can wield that cow. We haven't used the Poopa shot in a while. Poopa shot is pretty fun. It's like not exceptional, but it is fun. All right, 9 mil. Which 9 mil do I actually have? Enough. So for those unfamiliar, like they basically buffed like the Poopa shot like a week after launch because people wanted the actual like regular rate of fire for it. And so now it's like the only one, it's one of the only guns that breaks the mold and actually has a really high rate of fire. mean, I have no problem with the Basinski, like, you know, balloons working, but they're not carrying cows in the artwork.
I hate the surface.
Yeah, no jump back 2 makes it kind of sad, but it is really cool. They have been adding more stuff in recently too to Elephant Mausoleum also. Like, you can kind of see they've been adding in more cover. It is nice though too, I will say. I am enjoying it quite a bit because, as you all know, if you're not familiar, there used to be 2 very beautiful cubes on mech trenches, which have been removed unjustly. And so I'm happy at least that we have some untextured stuff again.
Taking fire.
I will say, flashlights don't really work too well with the whole muzzle flash plus and just flashlights, muzzle flash, and dust. Just makes it so that when you shoot, you just can't see anything. Explain how cows work. Okay, so I actually did like I tried. You don't understand that cow video I made. I actually spent probably, well, definitely way too much time trying to figure out a way to make it work. And a balloon can lift a cow, don't get me wrong, but the balloon would need to be so much bigger to lift a cow. I mean, don't get me wrong, it could work, it's just way too small currently. And I used like the visual aesthetics of the cow, but I also like tried to find the smallest cows that would work with that visual aesthetic the cows currently have to be like, what's the smallest cow that this cow we see can currently fit under, and go off that weight, and it just never worked. The physics did not allow it. Like, even using hydrogen, right? And people said you could use vacuum. You can't use vacuum. You could theoretically use vacuum, but you now don't have a balloon, you have a pressure vessel that has to withstand a ton of force being applied to it by the atmosphere. So you're basically, you have to use something like hydrogen, right? And even with hydrogen, right, it would not be enough. It does, so you get more lift with it beginning at the helium, right? But in no scenario will a balloon of that size be able to lift a cow. Even if they're like smaller end cows. It does not work. So, like, if the cow wasn't a real cow and it's animatronics and like it was mainly hollow, sure. But like we can clearly see from the offerings to the Rat King, that's clearly not the case. There's meat inside those bones, or that skin rather. Yeah, but like, honestly, it would probably collapse under its own weight because cows are thick. 2 C's. Also, just a note, Oh, they fixed that one at least. There's usually a third one. We might have missed it already. There's this tendency for like the third one of like the bombers there to just fly into the cliffs, which is so funny. It'd be cool if it crashed eventually, though, I will say. That'd be kind of atmospheric. Hey, if they want to drop a lore snippet somewhere to explain why the balloons can wear the cows, I'm a fan. Rationalize me lore-wise why they can be carried like that. Wait, what? I can't go on top of that? Where are you? Thanks, mister. Appreciate it. It does have a propeller, so like that justifies why it can go in directions, right? The balloon cow. It does work. Welcome to my life while making that video. Thanks, appreciate it. Also, I don't think informatic the tanks are intentional. Funny, absolutely intentional. God, no. Like, I do enjoy the funny tanks, but I don't think the funny tanks are actually the intent of how the tank should function. But the cows and the balloons, it does feel the case. Alright, let's continue on. Did I just hear a medium mech? There's no way. What's an EXO? Hey, nanomachines? Sure. If they want to rationalize it via nanomachines, I don't know how nanomachines would help it be propelled into the air, but hey. I will take something over nothing. No. Cow is overall lighter. Like, here's the thing, though. It's not even close to being enough. Like, if it was like close enough to like lower away like 100 kilograms, sure. But it's like, it can barely lift like it's just too small. Hold on. You can't appreciate for how small, like, hold on. I wonder too, it's probably not there. There is a chance, or there's an area on this map where a cow can just be stationary in the middle of the field and you can actually see it on the ground. I wonder if it's still there though. At this point, probably not. But no, like, when you see a cow balloon up close, the balloon is not very big. And balloons have to be very big to carry very little. Oh, yeah, maybe we'll fix it and re-add it back for April Fools. But you have a cow made of that? I mean, I guess if you bioengineer the cows to be lighter, but like, man, like, so conceptually, right? So you have the cows, you biomodify them so that they're, I guess they're smaller and their flesh is lighter. You would kind of, I guess, like, you would probably have a cow that can't probably move. I'm not sure how you make muscle less dense without just having less muscle. Hey, remember, like, don't forget, meat is muscle. When you eat meat, you're eating the muscle of the cow. And so, like, I guess you could bioengineer structures that are more efficient. Nanomachines. But we have to rationalize it simply. We just can't say nanomachines and everything is fixed. I mean, we can. Feels like a cop-out. Yes, we can. No, we can't. I mean, we can, but... Ow. Oh my god. Auto reloading. Ow, this would hurt. Yep, shotguns hurt. But at that point too, like, if you're delivering less dense cow, you're delivering less nutritious meals, I would feel like, right? Delivering less calories. Physics. I mean, fair. Hold on. Need to deal with you real quick. Oh, Papasha, you're so much fun. That is fair. I mean, that's like the thing is like, just you can just lure away physics, right? You can make up stuff. And trust me, I try to figure out, like, there's nothing I feel like on the, there's nothing currently on the balloons itself to help you kind of make that leap, right? That's the issue at hand here. Yeah, like, if you make the, if you, like, the biggest thing, right, if you want to genetically modify the cows to be smaller, then sure. That works. Though I can't remember the exact specifics I was looking up. Go look up balloon sizes, Ojima. Trust me, I went on a whole tangent making that video where I started looking at like balloons and like the sizes of them relative to what they're carrying and how much weight they can support. I cannot stress enough how much actual research I went into actually making that video, that meme video. Raves, it's very early access still, but if you enjoy the aesthetic the game provides, and you kind of enjoy the general, like, gameplay patterns of a looter shooter or extraction shooter, it's pretty good. But just keep in mind you are, like, buying an early access game, and if you don't like jank or bugs, hold off for a bit. That's got plenty of those. Yeah, like, it's very early access still. The devs are doing a good job of updating the game continually so far. We've had 2 patches in basically 3 months, which is pretty exceptional. But it's still a very early access game. If you vibe with the aesthetic and you're okay with janky and early access gameplay, sure. If not, then maybe not. Hold off for a bit. I would say the big thing too, Scully, is just keep in mind that this is only a PvE extraction shooter and it doesn't intend to ever be PvP. So if you're a player who much prefers a PvP environment, the game will never have that. And the AI is rough. Like, don't get me wrong, when you get used to the game, it's not too. It's more of an ambient experience as opposed to like challenging at the current point. Like, you will have learning curves, right? But as you like learn the game and get better, it won't really be challenging anymore for the time being. It'll just be kind of a cool, like, artsy experience. The visuals are there, the gameplay is lacking, is basically what I'm trying to say. And if you're okay with that, and you kind of enjoy early access, go for it. How? Oh, HKs, I forgot, HKs, yeah, HKs. I'm so dead. Yep. HK's aggroing the entire group there. Oh, totally forgot we had HKs on us. It does ducks, like, yeah. The biggest thing I will say is it's a small indie company. It's not a massive studio. And they've kind of shown me that, like, they know they don't want to expand their scope too much. They don't want to overstretch themselves, which I think is very wise. Like, the game not being server-based is both a marketing, like, it's both good for marketing, but it's also good for them. Like, think of the pitfalls of Tarkov, right? like we mentioned earlier. They've had to go back and fix their back end continually because of things like exploits and other things like PvP and balancing and so on and so forth. A game like this does not have to care about any of that technicality, right? Which is a huge boon for new developers or developers who are, like, say, for example, going from just being artists into actually developers also. It's setting themselves up to, like, not have all of the pitfalls of taking on too much. And they can start small and then build from there. Like, keep in mind, right? When you think of a big studio like Blizzard, they didn't start out as like a big, you know, blockbuster selling billions of dollars of game studio, right? They started at like Warcraft 1 and then Warcraft 2, and then like every single game, they got a bit more complex and expanded their scope and so on and so forth, right? You don't want to start too big because you're just setting yourself up for failure or getting bogged down in a single game like Tarkov. You can kind of feel like in Tarkov, right? Nikita's getting a bit fatigued. He wants to... It feels like Nikita almost wants to move on. They've been doing that project since 2017, or technically earlier than that, right? Because they started developing earlier than that, so like 2014. They've been doing that project for 10 years of their life at this point. They might want to move on to something different or try their next chapter, right? But they've been stuck down into it. Waterloo Droth? What haven't we discussed in a while? Yeah, like at this point, I'm just gonna say like guns are just work in progress, or like you weren't here, so basically I'll just say this spiel again. I think the guns are just placeholders. They're all asset store bought, and they were just a means to an end of getting the game out of you know, getting that game out into early access. And an unfinished state, naturally. Oh, future guns. Fuck if I know. You could go so many different ways with guns. And let me say, I don't know. I get the vibe, correct me if I'm wrong, I get the vibe that the three initial artists that kind of developed or started Fundog or went in that direction with Fundog, they were mainly character artists. Like, they might have, like, had guns with their characters, but they were mainly, like, they were developing cool characters or settings. They weren't, like, really looking at the guns of the setting, for example, right? So I'm curious if, like, are they going over, like, are they making their guns now? Or are they, like, looking for, like, other artists to make their guns? Are they taking inspiration from other things? Like, where are they going with their guns? Because, like, just no possible idea. Ojima, I have looked at the code forever ago, like maybe 2 patches ago. Did you not see any there? A lot of these guns look asset store bought. Most are from 1 pack. Okay, yeah. That tracks. And don't get me wrong, there is like no shame in using an asset pack because like you are always, as an indie developer, stretched for time, right? Would you, like, if you're a character artist, right, would you rather focus on making new characters for your game or making something that you don't really prefer to do, like, you know, for example, guns? Yeah, and like that's the case, right? Like they might just, it might just be placeholders for future guns where they have just, you know, they've put like the functionality or kind of their ideas for the balancing of guns in the game, but the visual aesthetics of the guns are far away from their finished product. I need a silenced gun, ideally. Let's go over to like maybe a silenced rifle. Sure. First G36, why not? That's plenty of ammo too for it, I think. Scorched Enclave. Still haven't seen Rat King yet. I know that like one of the developers, right, has really enjoyed the M16. So I would not be surprised if we see like M16 still in the game. Though, I mean, if you dirty up the M16, like the M203, I actually think it looks kind of cool.
I hate the surface.
All right, looking for Pyro. He can spawn over here. We have our cyborgs. Yeah, visual wear and tear, like that's the biggest thing. If they gave the MG34 treatment to like all of the guns in the game, I'd be kind of happy with them. I'd kind of want to like them just to do some renaming too, like actual like giving us. They kind of pull a like a Dark Souls where they kind of like name the guns differently while also like giving them bespoke item descriptions as a way of like dropping small tidbits of lore here and there. All right, where are you at, Pyro? Is that you, Pyro? Bodyguards. Officer. That's neat. I don't see that every day. Officer and bodyguards? I don't see that at all, usually. What makes you an officer? You're just a grin, right?
Don't miss. Make every shot count.
What do I hear? That media mech? Boy, that is, it was Painless? Painless is to be them, right, too, right? They didn't buy Painless, did they? Oh yeah, that's a Yerska media mech right there, you can tell from the sound. That's always good sound design, right? When you can tell a unit from like far away just by the sound it makes. Hey, Jack Hat. Do you have like visual, like, are you having stuttering or? So, quick tip for players. Let me get to a safe spot before I do this. If you have an NVIDIA card, go to your control panel. Wait for it to open. Oh god, hold on. Hold on. Serpentine. 1 second. Pardon me. Okay. So, if you have an NVIDIA card, make sure, I guess by extension, maybe, I'm not sure about Radeon, RTX, or not RDN, but AMD. Go to your control panel, go to 3D settings, make sure you increase, like, try to, because remember, this is going to take up storage space, so if you don't have any storage space to spare, you're kind of out of luck. But if you do, try going over to the shader cache size here in global settings and increasing it to a bigger size. Like, I think it usually defaults to 10. I went it to 100. You could do unlimited. I didn't want to do unlimited though. But usually when you have stuttering, at least in a game like this, it's usually due to the shaders having to reload for some reason. And that's usually because like a lot of games use shaders now, and shaders take up space. So if you're playing Stalker in this game, 10 gigs might not be enough. No problem. I'm very, oh, a chopper. I am very pumped too, about the whole new Intel cards. Like, say what you want about Intel, but competition's always good for the market, right? And then like them pushing out a like actual budget friendly consumer card is very nice. That EXO is so bold. I wouldn't actually mind to see like hunting rifles or like maybe like an old style rifle. Like So you have your OPA weapons, you have your Oscar weapons, you have your Asia weapons, and then I think you should have like basically a group of weapons called like scav weapons that like are more civilian based or more just like civilian slash like homemade based. Like perhaps the surplus shotgun is in the Remington, but like a pipe shotgun. Yeah, like that, for example. Pipe weapons is a good example. For like underpowered, like the Ludi SMG and a pipe shotgun. Or for example, too, like maybe like a homebrewed 20mm, like a single shot. That'd be a great idea for like a bolt action, is like a giant caliber single shot, like basically like an elephant rifle. That Exo's been alive for way too long, I feel like. Okay, that's done. Didn't find Pyro yet. Yeah, like Jack, like for example, yeah, the MPL for me, Jack, is like my favorite gun in the game aesthetically. It has that very like, not wire stock, but that very like stamped metal kind of vibe to it. It feels very like utilitarian slash dystopian. And like visually, it fits like exactly what I think a game should be, at least for Europa. Like, it feels like what the standard SMG for Europa should be, right? Just like stamped metal, cheap to make, easy to mass produce, all metal. Yeah, we've been over that. I'm making a video soon that's different from my normal videos, and it'll cover stuff like that too. Oh. I don't think this is silenced. Was that not silenced? I thought I brought a silenced G36. Oh well. The stem would work. I think it would probably not fit the vibe perfectly, but I wouldn't mind like the stem as being the inspiration for a different gun, right? But like, yeah, I don't think we're ever gonna see. Let's go over to the guns too. Like, yeah, this gun right here, it's by the MPL. Let's just do a sampling. And the Vector 2 does a good job. Like the Spectre M4 does a good job too. Like the Spectre M4, it does have like the plastic buttstock of like an M4, but the base gun itself feels like very fitting for like the aesthetic of the game, right? At least for me, for Europa. Same thing with the MPL here. It just like, it looks and feels like how it should be. All right. We still need to get kill Pyro, so let's just go back and do that with an actual rifle. Yeah, like the SVD is a good weapon. It feels fun to use. But it does really have, like, it has a massive downside, right? The inability to deal with a lot of enemies at one time is definitely a huge detriment. It's definitely like a gun you need to have a backup for, right? It's not something you can just bring as your primary gun. Or only gun, really. Oh god, yeah, is 50 cal exploding? Alright, let's go find Pyro. Oh, definitely Mushi. I feel the same exact way. Yeah, Wolfenstein's like guns, yeah. Wolfenstein does a great job of like the newer ones, like do a great job of like going off the base guns of those settings and then looking 20, 30 years in the future of like, how would you modify these guns to be modernized, right? Or like high tech. Because like, oh, you can see like this is clearly an STG-44, but like it's improved. It's been upgraded over time. And that's how I kind of feel like if we have an M16, like right, that like we're gonna take the M16 and then modernize it. Or for example, considering these AI fabricators are supposed to be corrupted by time, right? Wouldn't you think you would see almost corrupted amalgamations of guns? Just for those reasons we see smokestacks with faces. We should have guns that have kind of weird visual aesthetics to them, right? Like face handguards or stuff like that, right? Hey, Pixel. Yeah, guns that look like art. That's a good way of putting it too, right? Or weapon mods that look like art also, right? Tie in like visual art, like tie in the artistic elements of a gun or like modifications into the functionality of the gun too. Where the fuck is Pyro? Just drone hell. Now. Wait, I just noticed that too. What the hell? Am I invincible? Everyone look at the health bar. I didn't even notice that. I was able to heal a bit though. I guess this is visual? I already healed once with my advanced medkits. I definitely took damage already. Hold on. Fire? You hurt? You do hurt. Yeah, I think it's just a visual bug on the UI, because I definitely can hurt and still heal. I'm sure I can still die. I think it's just a visual bug of the UI. I mean, if I could kill Pyro, I'd be much happier with dying after killing Pyro. I will test it. I just need to find Pyro first. We'll get this quest done. Though, I'm guessing... Oh, now your bitch ass shows up. God. Imagine if you were still alive in that poor thing, man. You would black out immediately, I guess. I have great news, I can still die. Just a UI bug. Yeah. But it's the but nanobots. But we could use nanobots to prevent that. Like, okay, imagine that we use technology to make it so that we cannot die from getting G-forced out. It's perfect. And then you just have giant spinning mechs going around. What map have we not played a lot of today? I think we did Cemetery like once or twice. We've done plenty of Overarching. We've done mech trenches a little bit. Not too much though, I will say. Yeah, this is some Cemetery. Let's be stealthy on Cemetery. You aren't very stealthy, rest in peace. That works. So we're gonna attack him too, so we can see the dog move around. And we don't need meds where we're going. Now, it would be interesting concept. I haven't actually tried it, I will say, but turrets distracting the dog so you can escape. The only problem, though, is you usually just don't want to aggro the dog in the first place.
I hate the surface.
Thanks. We're gonna see... Where you at, boy? There he is. Run, Forrest, run. It's kind of a shame, though, too. Like, because of the dog, you never get to actually, like, do anything in this area. It's just always a run-through. Oh, no, that's the attack cam sound now. It's an auditory key to let you know you're actually loud. Which is nice. I wonder if you can actually hear it, though. I imagine you... No? I guess, did he really bring the pain? The pain of the dog? Yeah, the two new weak spots on the side of the head is quite nice to help you, like, help stagger him. Well, Halo 13, they did fix the, like, aggro radius. So crouching, you don't have the radius anymore, and it's no longer like it no longer functions as like a cylinder. Yeah, sound-wise, you're basically fine as long as you're crouching. You still have the radius around you, like a sphere around you when you're standing up, so 6 meters, which can go through walls. And then sprinting modifies it more, but like if you're crouched moving around, you are basically stealthy. I mean, it's pretty easy actually, Ludroth. You just walk below them. Bringing the civvies is easy. The dog is following me, I can hear it. See? Yeah, it was a pretty brutal time. They made sure to hot patch it though, which is nice. Be free, my children. Run before they notice me. Escape. I'm curious why the dog doesn't care about... It's interesting. I wonder if it's this prestige of him, maybe. I'm curious why the dog doesn't care about civilians, though. Do I need to drop my gun or something? What saves them from the dog? Is it their shoes? Is it the fact that they're actual cyborgs? Yeah, but we also don't, Jack, have any, like, weird... like mega units or special units for Europa either too now, right? Like all of the units that are invincible right now, are like special, like bespoke units. It does, yeah. Like for example, if you have Rust in Peace, or if there's cultists down here during night shift, you will get plenty of instances of the dog murdering other people. It's actually kind of comical watching both Dog and Rust in Peace, the mech, go at each other. Well, where's the dog, actually? Not close. Unfortunately, they're going to make it really hard to get this book if it's over there. I'm not sure if it's over there, though. I don't see it. Really? Are you fucking kidding me? Their patrol goes around that box? I didn't want to go in there anyway. I find it ludicrous that the patrol goes around that box. Utterly absurd. Hey, Bless. So I guess we don't get it, like, so there's 3 spawns that I know of for this book, like one over there. I think we would see it if it was over there. And there's 2 in here. And I feel like there's gotta be a 4th spawn that either just doesn't exist, or it's at the map, or just bugged, or I don't know. Well, they not like literal patrol pass like in game development, but just like actual patrol pass. Like, for example, these guys always patrol around in this circle, right? They'll move once they like things affect them, right? But when they're in a passive state, they always patrol in that circle, or I guess that triangle. Like that's their current behavior, is that's their like actual like troll. Well, imagine like despite like, you know, using a nav mesh and stuff like that, they actually have instructions that's what they do, is they loop around in this circle. Lewis, we have an idea too, right? Like they've mentioned that's going to be like basically reinforcement / new units, I believe. So as opposed to having like pop-in or respawns that happen like say off the ground over here, we should see instances of the units actually like coming in dynamically now, or more organically into the map.
Maybe it'll be too busy eating something else.
Now, weirdly enough, it freaked the fuck out, but I still have tunnel vision perfectly fine. That felt a little buggy. Wait, am I not? I wonder, what prestige am I with, It's hard to tell how much HP I have right now. I thought I was over 2k. Maybe I'm just right before it. Let me go over to Mass Man. Is 22... I think he might be right before... It might be 23 to actually get to 2k. Yeah, but tunnel vision not being updated yet too is weird. I wonder, like, why are we still booked? It's time for a mech trench. ammo do I have a lot of? I do have plenty of 50 cal. Do I still have painless? I do. Yeah, it's always weird, like, the behavior of the dog. Technically speaking, too, it shouldn't have detected us because we were crouched, but also it probably has its own rule set.
Shit.
I don't think I'm scared of any of it by now. Like, I'm so, like, conditioned, Jack, just to, like, when I see dogs, sometimes they just die. That's outside my control. When you remove the agency of control of, like, in this game, things just don't become scary, they just become facts of life. It just happens. It is what it is. When you don't have a choice in the matter, is it really okay to be scared? Because it's gonna happen, right? It'll be what it will be. When you first start playing the game, yes, it is much scarier there, I will say, right? Like, because you're still learning, you think, like, you might have a way out. Now it's time for something completely opposite of that horror fest. Just mowing down for your open infantry.
You know the drill.
I guess I'm still bugged on this. I'm bugged on all the characters. I'm just 0 to 0 at all of them. I am bugged in all the characters, I guess. It also has to do too with, like, the map is so small and the quests so insignificant. You never, and that's a thing for, like, a lot of the maps right now too. A lot of the quests and just the progression of the game. There's not really any gear fear. There's not really any fear in dying in general, right? Like, sure, you might have, like, gear fear when you're early on, but for the most part, it doesn't feel like you're losing anything when you die, right? It doesn't feel like you're being punished. Like, sure, you lose your time and you lose what loot you had on you, but collectively, like, it's not all that bad. Yeah, yes and no. It's not... It is ray tracing, but it's lumen. So, what I will say about lumen is, keep in mind, this is an indie company, and they have to find waves. There's always gives and takes, right? You can have baked-in lighting, or you can have things that are like full solutions like Lumen. Lumen save developers, things like Lumen save developers a lot of time at the cost of things like performance. It's unfortunate, but there's a trade-off, right? If they wanted to go the other route, we would see a lot less content in the game, and probably not as good-looking content. To get to any visual type of parity to a thing like Lumen, which is ray-traced, it's not pure ray tracing, but it is ray tracing, the amount of baked-in lighting you have to do is enormous. Like, you have to spend so much more time on maps, fucking with your lighting, doing the act, like baking in the lighting to the maps, and then rendering the lighting on your maps too. Like, it is so much more time-consuming to do baked-in lighting, and so they have chosen that as a trade-off. Does it suck? Yes. But could they even really accommodate doing a lot of content with their small size? Probably not. As opposed to getting a map per month, we might get our map every 2 months. We might get a map every, like, 5-6 months at that, right? Baked-in lighting slow things down a lot. I'm a developer. But I am a developer, but I will say the biggest things I have actually moved into game development with is map making. Like, out of everything, I'm not a big fan of, like, much of the workflow of game development, but I do really enjoy making maps. I've made maps my entire life. I fucked around with different engines my entire life too. Back in the day, I spent a lot of time fucking around with things like Natural Selections 2, own engine, their own bespoke engine, and like making maps for that. And I've done Hammer for CSGO and Counter-Strike and all that, so I'm not professional by any means, but I have a lot of amateur experience with making maps. I did not mess around with the CryEngine. The only engines I've ever messed around with are a few bespoke engines for, like, for example, Hammer for Source, and then I can't remember the name of it for Unknown Worlds' engine for Natural Selection 2. And then I messed around a bit with Unity, but that's really about it. I haven't actually sat down and messed with Unreal Engine 5, though I do know, like you're saying in chat, Ojima, Unreal Engine has done a very good job of providing a lot of tools to let smaller studios create complex scenes or complex environments that you wouldn't normally be able to do. And don't get me wrong, I will fully admit, like, if you have the resources, baked in lighting, you can get to almost good enough visual, parity to, like, ray tracing. Not all the way, but close enough, while also accommodating much lower specs. It's just a trade-off of time and money that indie studios don't have. I'm sorry, I apologize. Hey, Temps. I mean, it's kind of a single piece of software, but like all software nowadays, it's usually composed of parts and different tools, and some of those tools are optional. So like it really depends on, Carrie, like your perspective on it, right? You could phrase it in different ways or view it in different ways. Like Unreal Engine 5 might have, like, is an engine, right? And it provides you a bunch of optional tools to use, but you don't have to use all of the tools. Now, do you consider those tools to be separate pieces of software or part of the engine itself? That's kind of how you, yeah, integrated development environment. That's a different way of viewing it too, right? And like an IED, right, you can, plug stuff in or pull stuff in and so on and so forth. You can make it as tailored as you would like to your experience as you want. Oh, no worries, Gary. No, don't need, no reason to apologize. That's what chat's for. Asking questions and just shitposting. I mean, that's the thing too, Bless, I will say. Like, that's why I kind of think that's good, Clay. I'm glad they're fixing stuff like that. Well, looking at our 0 to 0 health. I will say, so like, I think they're very wise too. Like, I feel like the developers have definitely been with some bigger studios and seen like the shit that's spawned out over time. And they're trying not to make the same mistakes, because I think them leaning away from PvP is very wise. And that, in addition to just like, it's no servers, it's peer-to-peer, it helps them infrastructure-wise, they don't have to pay for anything like servers. But it also means that like, when you buy the copy of the game, it's technically yours to do whatever the fuck you want with. So if you want to cheat, if you want to mod the game, if you want to play the game in your own way, you're perfectly free of doing that. You can tailor the experience to how you want, which I think is really nice. This feels like fucking like Diesel Punk Star Wars right now, this whole corridor. All right, are we chill everyone? there's already a few mods for the game currently. They're like not, I would say, expansive. Like the game doesn't really have mod support right now, but you can mod the game if you so choose. Like one of the mods I know about, right, is someone modded in for Scav Girl to actually just be Mother Courage, scaled down. Yeah, I mean, there's not really mod tools for the game, and like you can unpack the engine and so on, or unpack the files, but like it's not easy to modify them and repack them and send it out and so on and so forth. So like usually you'll just see them replace models with other models. Like for example, replacing Scav Girl with Mother Courage. And I do kind of hope if they ever like end up finishing the game or getting to the point where they want to stop, they do like one of their last patches is kind of like the BG3 thing where they just give other players the ability to modify the files really easily. I mean, there's no servers, right? So when you modify or cheat in the game, it's just you're playing on your local copy. I guess like the worst thing you could possibly do is go join someone's peer-to-peer game and fuck with them. That's really about it. The host can probably just kick you too. Like there could be bad actors, don't get me wrong, it's a peer-to-peer game, but like if you're afraid of that, you can just set yourself offline or set yourself to private, invite your friends, and then go off that, right? You like, there's no anti-cheat to ban you for cheating. There's no servers to ban you from. You have bought the game. You have access to the game. I just ate cigarettes. I'm gonna die, aren't I? I don't know what HP am I at? Cigarettes, stop, please. I'm sorry. Cigarettes. Cigarettes are scary. There we go. Yeah, but like, it defeats the premise, but people who usually cheat in games, right? They're not playing it, for example, the premise that you set out to cheat with your game, right? They're playing it for the power drip. Like, they basically convert the game into something else by cheating. And as long as they're affecting nobody else, it's perfectly fine, right? They're not ruining someone else's experience, so if that's how they want to play the game, that's fine. Temps, it's just a bug, yeah, unfortunately. I don't know why it's happening. It's my first time ever seeing it, but yeah. Yeah, you can't dupe guns. Well, it's not fun to you, right, Ludroth, but it might be fun for someone else. And, like, I'm not saying the developer should go out of their way to accommodate those players, but, like, by just not having anti-cheat, that's fine, right? It doesn't affect you and it doesn't affect them. Let them, like, you might not like how they play, but they don't affect you anyway, so that is what it is. If they want to cheat in the game, if they want to fly around just nuking everything, sure. Some people want the realism or like the ambiance, or like some people want to feel like the game, they want to kind of play the game how the developers intended, but some people just want to, you know, do whatever the fuck they want in the game. Yeah, if you like bug fixing too. That's always beautiful about early access too, right? If you always like kind of doing QA for fun, it's always a nice feature about early access. So, yeah, that's true, Pixel. Some people just want cool screenshots. And if, like, for example, if there was anti-cheat in the game, the only way of getting cool screenshots right now would probably not be available, because it injects code into the game. Like the tool I use right now, for most videos is Unreal Engine Unlocker, right? And it injects code into the game. It is by definition a cheat. Most if not all anti-cheats would flag that immediately and be like, hey, you know, you're not allowed to inject code into the game. Slap wrist, slap hand, get banned. Yeah, I definitely think a photo mode's coming. I'm not sure how quick it's gonna come or how high priority it is, but it seems to be like one of the few things everyone can agree on. It's just like everyone wants a photo mode. It just depends on how quick you want it. Yeah, it makes sense too, right? You make an artistic game, people want to take photos of your artistic game. Go over to... I haven't done Old Man in a while, but we can't do that rig. Let's do Gunhead, actually. No meds required here. Just lots and lots of 5.56. Would you like 120 more? Frozen Swamp, Scavenger Camp. Be good. I will say, the fact that we can modify guns heavily in the game but not curse guns by making them abominations makes me also very sad. Shoulder swapping, I will say, is actually probably the biggest quality of life feature that needs to be added to the game. For like for a primarily third-person shooter, though I will say, despite like people saying they want primarily a third-person shooter, a few of the people I've talked to also just want first-person though. Weirdly enough, it kind of goes against the point of having like really cool bespoke characters, but you can kind of have hand models too. But back to the point though, right? Yeah, shoulder swapping is a very big thing though. Like it's a quality of life feature and also a gameplay feature, right? Oh, I am sure, like, for example, plenty of people have mentioned shoulder swap. I can't imagine it's not on their radar. Oh, but Clay, they are doing an art book though too, right? They've talked about it a few times here and there. I think they were talking to like a publisher or like a creator or something like that they could use for it, but I imagine when they make the art book, people are going to be buying it a ton. Yeah, I can't imagine it either, but like I definitely understand the viewpoint too, where like someone might want an FPS as opposed to TPS. But at the same time too, right, it's supposed to be like, I'm not sure if that's something that we'll ever see accommodated, which I'm okay with, but at the same time I can definitely understand both viewpoints. The game itself is an art book, that is correct. There's a much more focus currently on aesthetic quality as opposed to, for example, gameplay. But gameplay always takes time too. That kind of coincides also with Lumen, for example. Like, it could have been too that they try to do baked-in lighting for a while and realize that they, in the time that they have, they can get anywhere close to the quality of Lumen. So just like, yep. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is. I'm a very sneaky robot. People want to steal mechs? I believe that. Oh, who wouldn't want to steal a mech? Up we go. I wonder where my sensors are too. I haven't actually looked at the front picture of Gunhead yet in game. I wonder where his sensors are to actually like visually see things. Is it like right below the gunnet perhaps? Probably. Yeah, I can definitely understand, like, from our artistic perspective too, like the need for a TPS in this game as opposed to FPV, because you are trying to like take in everything, right? And it lets them show off their characters too, which I think they would much enjoy, or very much like. You poor soul. I do know, Lewis, like they have like commented on like the ability to customize characters and just like they don't really have the bandwidth for that. But they did mention like quests in the future giving you like trophies for your characters to wear. So like you will like see visual progress on your characters over time, but not necessarily full customization, at least maybe not yet. Carrie, no. So this is in progress map. Usually what we'll see happen so far is maps will come out and in time they'll update them with sound effects. A lot of the older maps now have a lot more sound effects than they've had in the past. Like for example, Mech Trench at launch didn't have sounds for the meat grinder, didn't have sounds for data heist. So the sound, there's a bit of lag in regards to like getting sounds for things. Usually we'll get the maps first, and then like a month or two later in a content patch, we'll get like sound updates for that map. Yeah, Plug Pool had no sound too. Like a bunch of Mech Trench things had no sound, but like in, you know, the month or two since release, they've added those in. And now like everything gives you sound effects now in Plug Pool, which is very cool. It definitely feels like they have like, I think they have like 1, maybe 2 sound people. So like naturally they're always just bandwidth constrained. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. On Friday, we're going to be doing a group stream. Whoever wants to drop it and play, so like you'll see it there of how it can turn to chaos a lot quicker, but you can play stealthy as a group. It is just much harder because as opposed to 1 point of failure, it's 4 or up to 4. Yeah, Lewis, that's a case in point too, right? When you have like visual things like that, it's very easy things for characters, people to mod in, right? Like, we already have a case of that, right? Where people have replaced Scav Girl with Mother Courage. Now, I think we can get around here without dying. Famous last words. All right, thank God. A little bit of damage. Probably only like 15 more minutes. Like, this is like probably our second to last stream, or second to last raid. In regards to Friday, it'll probably be normal times too, 1 to 5-ish. Maybe a bit longer depending on how we're feeling about it, but probably 1 to 5. Like, this game is early access. There's not a ton of content, so I try to pace myself so I don't get burnt out. I think that's pretty important. Probably at 1 to 5. Eastern time, naturally, so GMT -5. Yeah, in the future. Yeah. I'm thinking like every other Friday, but scheduling things might change in the future. Like, I'll let you guys know always via the community chat or community notes. But yeah, like every other Friday, perhaps. Though always subject to change. Basically looking for like maybe 2 times a month, essentially. Considering I only stream about 3 days a week. All right, let's let them pass. Appreciate it, Carrie. I try to simplify it the best I can. I'm not too technical myself, but I just don't. I know enough to be dangerous, eventually, is the way you put it. I do really wish this quest, by the way, too. Like, both data heist and this quest, I kind of wish there was like a defend or like, I don't know, more tense, more dynamic, maybe perhaps. Just, this feels like such a cool room to like defend in, right? So say, for example, you activate the data transmitter and like it starts, like the alarms start going off perhaps, and you have to defend this against people coming in. And maybe that's like not always the only scenario. I just like this room, it like just looks so cool, right? It has like that kind of like control room aesthetic where like, oh yeah, we're hacking the mainframes. Time to defend. No, Clay, go ahead, dude. I am not a professional streamer. This is a side gig for me that I do for fun. So feel free to talk whatever you want. Just don't, as long as you aren't, just don't try to brigade or be speed negative. If you want to critique, perfectly fine. Just try not to be overly negative or just, yeah, that's all I have to say basically about it. Cool. Good to hear. I'm always been a person who have always preferred doing over necessarily watching. So for example, I've always preferred playing sports over watching sports. Same thing with games. I've always usually been much more of like a playing game as opposed to watcher. So I am pretty ignorant of like actual other streamers outside the ones that like blow up massively and have drama. Like for example, Pirate right now getting absolutely demolished on the internet. So I'm very like ignorant of other streamers. It's not that I just don't like, it's not that you're not worthy, it's just how I am. You're not worthy of my attention, no. It's just, I prefer doing over watching. Oh yeah, what's his name? The guy, I can't remember his last name. It's Pirate something, Pirate. That's how much I know that, yeah, Pirate Software, there we go, thank you. Yeah, Thor. Yeah, Thor's getting some pretty heavy backlash right now. And I don't follow the drama well enough to know if it's deserved or not. I just know that he's getting a lot of flack right now for something. It's the WoW thing. I'm not sure if that's the again you're referring to, but the WoW thing, right? Where apparently he caused a wipe. So from what I understand from the tidbits I picked up, and this might not be accurate, this is what I've seen or heard, right? Is that during like a hardcore WoW raid, Pirate caused a wipe, and it was proven that he caused the wipe, and that he, during the wipe, blamed others, and after the wipe didn't take accountability for it, and essentially that's been blown up by just the internet. And apparently a big thing is Pirates doubling down to some extent. It's just a giant shit show. Essentially, once the brigade wheels start rolling, like, this is why I'm against brigading. And like, it's why, for example, just like, I'll never tell anyone to like, just leave everyone the fuck alone, man. But anyway, because it always blows things out of proportions, right? Yeah, it's literally a dog pile. It's exactly that, right? It makes something that as unserious as something like that turn into a massive issue. And don't get me wrong, like, I know hardcore WoW, right? People invest hundreds of hours into their characters, and it's shitty when people don't take accountability, but at the same time, like, banning the entire internet against one person is always shitty. Yeah, Temps, I was very young, but I literally stopped playing like mid Burning Crusade, like original Burning Crusade WoW, because of just how dramatic that game can be at times with the people in it. No, it's not, Mivix. It's something doing with like with hardcore WoW. But just like kind of how a stream or two ago, we were talking about like the Helldivers 2 Discord issue, right? In regards to a moderator acting poorly to people using like clown emojis or something like that on artistry. That got blown way out of proportion. Naturally, like the mods probably overstepped their bounds and started banning as opposed to like timing out. But at the same time, like that naturally got picked up by the big channels and got blown out of proportion, and brigading happened, and like, the tendency is for like just for drama, I guess, for clicks and views, and I guess for money. things are constantly blown out of proportion now on the internet to just make it feel like a much bigger deal than it is. People love the drama, I guess, the soap opera nature of it. Yeah, Evan, that's always the nice thing, Evan, about like the nature of PvE games is there's such little reason to be toxic, right? Especially in a casual game like this, there's no gameplay loops in the game currently that like are super hardcore, require like perfect teamwork, or like you don't lose out on anything, right? It makes for what is a pretty chill experience, right? And that might change in the future. For example, if like there's need for teamwork in the future, or there's like high risk, high reward, or takes a lot of time. Like say for example, if gameplay loops like this cause like toxic environments, for example, or they can be toxic depending on the players. If say for example you have a grand goal that takes X amount of time to prepare for, like say for example you prep for like 24 hours of in-game time for this like giant goal at the end, this giant boss fight. If someone fucks that up, yeah, it can create a toxic environment, right? Because people don't like having their time wasted. But there's none of that in the game currently, right? So there's no need for toxicity. Not that it'd be warranted in the first place, just I can see the tendency for people to go to that when they lose investment of time. Oh, dude, PvP is always a crazy thing, right? PvP brings out the worst in people. And it just... I don't know what is about PvP and egos. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to psychoanalyze it. I'm not a fucking I'm not a psychologist, but it's just so weird. It's like fascinating, weird, and depressing at the same time. Like, and don't get me wrong, I love PvP games. I genuinely enjoy PvP games. I just don't play them a lot anymore because of the toxicity plus the cheating. Like, what happened to the whole like deal of just like friendly competition, right? All right, what quest do we want to do? Let's end with being stealthy in Mausoleum, or trying to be. As stealthy as a gunhead could be. Let's go through the trench lines and loot. We have our M4, we have our ammo. Whoa, why am I bringing meds? Get out of here, meds. Informatic, I did see the meds. Though, like, it's definitely a 50-50 if I see the meds or not, right, though? It definitely would not have been the first time I bring in meds with Gunhead. Oh, Rust? Rust is weird, though, too. God. So much more we're talking about I'm going to cover in the video I'm going to do later on. I was recording it last night, and I didn't like what I had to say, so I reworded a lot of it, and I cut out a lot of like the Tarkov and Rust references to make the script a little bit less bulky. But like Rust is a great example for Rust is a great example we were talking about earlier in regards to time investment, and that just leading to toxic environments. Because if you're unfamiliar with Rust, the PvP and scene in Rust requires wiping every like week to 2 weeks. Like, it's a very short cycle for a game because the game is made in such a way where it's like essentially an arms race to some extent, right? When you get into a Rust server, it's like you get together with your friends and you go as fast as possible, right? You want to get ahead and solidify your lead over others. And what will generally happen in Rust, right, after 7 or 14 or however long the wipe is in a Rust server, is one company or like one group of players have become so dominant in the server, or enough companies or enough people have become dominant in the server, right, where they have managed to basically squash down and suppress anyone else in the server. And essentially you have to wipe those games to give yourself a clean slate again. And that's sort of the same thing in Tarkov, right, in regards to wipes, because of, you know, PvP and clean slates, but it's also for the reasons too. But it's just very fascinating because, like, because of how aggressive the gameplay patterns of Rust are in regards to PvP, it like in itself like really fosters a very aggressive environment, right? Out of necessity to some extent, right? Because if you don't do it, someone else will. If you don't suppress others and are toxic to others, someone will be that to you, and like it's weird. And don't get me wrong, there are like casual Rust servers and there are private servers for like things like Rust and Arc, where, you know, there's rules and like, you know, no offline raids, so on and so forth. Like they try to make sure it's an actually much more tame environment so people can enjoy themselves without going like balls out and just like grinding the shit up a wipe in Rust. But for the official servers, right, that just go off the normal Rust rules, like it is just ruthless. Yeah, that is, I think, too, like, right, when you go to, like, the more casual servers in Rust and like that, there are, like, much... And like, you go to those casual servers in, like, Arc and those private casual servers in Arc or Rust, right? And they're much more chill. They're much more, like, you'll find people who are much more interested in having fun about the game than you just grind. Yeah. It's just a competitive nature, too, right? Some people are just super competitive and they like, kind of relaying that through their games, right? I don't know. I almost want to say it's like learned behavior too. Yeah, like a bit learned, not through like, maybe through social media, but just also just seeing others online acting the same way. A vicious cycle. Yeah, I mean, like, I like competing with others, but it is certainly exhausting, right? And the problem I have with it too is I just don't really care for games that have to do wipes as often as 6 months or earlier than that. Like Rust is weeks, and then you have Tarkov, which is like 6 months. It's just exhausting. And you can kind of see that too in Tarkov, right? How the population of Tarkov is now split between PvE and PvP. I don't think one is outdoing the other, but like, they're now equal segments of the population now, right? You have half the players saying like, I want a much more casual experience in Tarkov, I don't want to wipe. And you have people who are like, I want still the, you know, the rush of PvP. Because there was always that like, there is always that intrinsic satisfaction too in PvP when you beat someone else. Like, you know, like you bested someone else. It wasn't an AI. You weren't janking out the AI. You weren't learning how to play around other, like, the systems of the game. Like, I actually beat someone else playing the game. Yeah, Carrie, I will say too, that's like the one reason why I actually started playing Star Citizen again too, because 4.0 is supposed to be persistent now. And I actually feel like, you know, I don't have to worry about my account getting removed from the game, essentially. Which is super nice. I mean, what about, okay, so Lewis, I'm curious, what about Tarkov, for example, do you think this game is missing? Like, what aspects of Tarkov do you think want this game to have that aren't currently in the game? AI can be good. And I'm hoping that their AI developer they hired will actually help out and expand that a bit. Well, I don't think this game needs an anti-cheat. Maybe. The problem right now, we'll have to... The problem with Star Citizen right now and streaming it is that every time I play Star Citizen, it's just a lot of me like alt-tabbed, waiting for things to load, waiting for bugs to be fixed, or just... It's a lot of just dealing with pretty janky gameplay. And I don't mind jank, but like, it's so jank where it's hard to do a lot in the game right now. And hopefully 4.0.1 fixes it. Because 4.0 right now, the 4.0 preview has been live for so long now, the persistence is killing it. Their junk cleaning is not good enough yet. And in the persistent universe, like, the servers are just 4.0 preview started like, I think beginning of December, somewhere around there, and it was good for a lot of quite a few weeks. But now, like a month and a half later into persistence, the servers are basically so bogged down with junk from the persistence of trying to store and keep everything live. Essentially, the servers will migrate to a server after crashing, so they'll keep your persistence, but the servers will just inherit all the issues that were happening to the previous server, so they'll just crash after a while again too. Like, it's a fun experience. Despite the lack of relative, like, interesting content in the game, I would actually probably play it a lot more if everything worked, essentially. Like, your ways of making money are, like, always, like, a 50-50 of if they'll actually work or not. So, if I'm understanding correctly, Lewis, I think the biggest thing, and I am kind of putting words in your mouth here, so please correct me if I'm wrong on this. The biggest thing I feel like you're trying to say right now, at least from my interpretation, is that you are missing the, essentially, not the gear fear per se, but the highs of Tarkov, finding the good loot, finishing a hard quest, you know, killing a boss, so on and so forth. You're missing all of the highs from Tarkov that you get, right? For even in PvE, right? You won't ever get the rush of PvP fights because that doesn't exist in the game. You can't replicate that really, kind of. But you're missing all of the moments in Tarkov where you feel like you succeeded and have like some real progress, right? And that's kind of due from, I think, the game mainly just being in so early access. There hasn't really been any concepts of progression or achievement really yet. There's no real milestones in this game yet, unlike Tarkov. It's not like unlocking higher tiers of traders in this game isn't an accomplishment. It's just something you do constantly by selling stuff to them. Unlocking the water pots isn't really an achievement of like finding some hard component to find. It's just you spending money. And that's just part of just like the game being early access and those systems not existing yet. Once again, it's part of the video I'm working on, hopefully be out tomorrow or maybe Friday, is one of my big points in the video is like, there's currently a major lack of progression and an overarching goal, or overarching goals. And, uh-oh, I'm sorry. And that, I think that the environment they foster for themselves, this PvE, offline, no server environment, there's a lot of room for creativity in that regard, a lot more so than a game like Tarkov. Because one of the things cut out of the video, because I think it was just too wordy, is that think of Tarkov in 2017 if you didn't play it. While they have reworked things and added plenty of new content and features, the core loop of Tarkov has never changed. You go into raid, you complete quests, you level up, and you obtain new loot. And that core loop has served Tarkov well, but it's never changed since the initial concept of Tarkov, right? Since 2017. It has been like that for 7-8 years now. It's not changed. I don't ever see it changing. In a game like this that has a clean slate, I think there's a lot of room for doing interesting things outside of that just core loop to augment that loop entirely, and then to just make that, just do different things, like for example have a little bit of like city, like this War of Mine features to it, so on and so forth. I think I was looking for like Frostpunk, but actually I think someone said earlier in chat like this War of Mine. I think this War of Mine is a great example, right? Tarkov is technically still in beta. It's been in beta for 7 years now. I mean, I like the gunplay of Tarkov, actually. Like, weirdly enough, like, I do really enjoy the... Don't you turn. Don't you turn. No, 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 no. Okay, we're good. I do actually kind of enjoy the gunplay of Tarkov quite a bit. It's just that... like, the problem with Tarkov, right? You always peter out at the end of wipe because it's just a game about the grind. A video game. It is literally just that, a game about the grind, right? there is no end game goal in Tarkov, which I hope this game can do something with, right? It's hard to have an end game goal in extraction shooter, but considering this is offline nature, I think this could be one, right? They mentioned, weirdly enough, roguelike. Something for the dog, hold on. Okay, so they really mentioned enough too, like one of their intents with the safe, right, was to try to give you an aesthetic of kind of like a roguelike, sort of like Risk of Rain. And that's an interesting concept, I will say too, because think of a game like Risk of Rain, right, where technically Risk of Rain is just when you complete the game, it takes you a while to complete the game. It is hard. It takes a while to get to the final boss and beat it, but that's the primary loop, right? Is you load into Risk of Rain, you complete the loop, and you defeat the final boss, and then you finish the game, or you finish the run. But on top of that, there's so many different permutations and different things you can do to kind of escape or prolong that loop out of choice. And I think that's a very clever way, perhaps, to do this game, right? Where you have like a core loop that is completable over time, but there's ways of extending it, modifying it, and there's things outside of that loop that are optional that aren't really the core game, but are there. Where are you? Yeah, I will say too, like, you might not like the grind, and I definitely appreciate that, but I think a big aspect of it too, and once again, correct me if you don't feel this way, is that when you know a game is going to wipe your grind later, it feels a lot different from if you know what work you're putting in currently will always be that way, right? Like, you won't ever lose the progress you've put in. Like the grind of Rust or Tarkov, right? It kind of grates you down. It, like, you know, eventually just breaks you down a little bit, right? Because you know 2 weeks, 6 months, the progress you just worked on is going away. It's never going to be saved. But in a game like this, right, if there is a grind, or like if you can construe something as a grind in this game, like acquiring loot, doing quests, so on and so forth, at least you will never lose that progress, making the grind feel a lot less worse, in my opinion, right? And you can still not enjoy the grind too, right? But I would say, oh, hello. Fucking Rutro. We can talk about this, guys. We can talk about this. Don't mind the muzzle flash. Yeah, Jim, that's a big thing nowadays too, is like, I think people are finally getting fed up. And that's the thing with Tarkov too, right? People were willing to eat the shit of Tarkov for a very long time, consider its novelty. But the extraction shooter is no longer novel. And so people are getting fed up with like the lack of games respecting their time, the artificial grind. People just want to play games that are fun again and not artificially long. Yeah, we've been bugged for a while, Mivix. We don't know why, but like ever so often, like for like an hour and a half now, just all of our characters have 0 to 0. The HP is still there. We just can't see what we're at. Yeah, part of it's the balance of power too, but part of it is to like put everyone back on the same footing, but also too, it's to reset everyone so they can go through the same like loop again, but now longer. Like the loop in Tarkov has become so long now, and I've watched streamers who play it, and I've watched videos on it too. Like even they are saying like they have balanced the game around only the competitive streamers and players. So the loop is so long now, no casual player ever has the ability to even get close to like finishing the content in the game in a 6-month span. And like, yeah, it's just crazy. It's very unfortunate too, right? It's why I mentioned earlier also, like, I should probably not be the person you balance your game around when I'm playing it way more than your probable average audience member is a week, right? Like, I play this game 4 hours a week, 4 hours a day, 3 days a week, so 12 hours a week, which is not something you should balance around. But at the same time, with the current mechanic, like the water mechanic, I am the one who gets rewarded for putting more time in, not the player who plays 1 hour a week, which is kind of why I want them to remove, like, for example, water from being time-based and just static based on how many raids you play, right? So you can disincentivize, or you can remove time from the equation. You know, I might play 12 hours a week and you might play 1 hour a week, but in regards to water, that's irrelevant. Every raid is a day, for example, or something like that, right? And it becomes much more about survival or how well you play in the raid as opposed to naturally just grinding the shit out of the game, playing a lot more than someone else. All right, that's it for today, everyone. Thank you for watching. We'll be back on Friday with a community stream, and from 1 p.m. EST to 5 p.m. EST, it'll be open lobby. Whoever joins first gets in first. That's just the way it's gonna have to be. It's the only way I can balance it. But thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on Friday. Have a good week, and bye all.